Okay. And then it was, I need to see if there's leave free.
Yes.
Went onto our leave thing. There wasn't any leave free. So I put my application in anyway to start the process. It got rejected. So then I appealed. And so the manager who's one of our senior managers pulled me into an office and why are you there's no leave, why are you appealing this? And I said, I've signed an NDA, so I cannot tell you why I've appealed, but this is an opportunity that I'm going to take. And I says, we can do this one of two ways. Either you accept my leave application, I go do this opportunity, I come back and everything's fine. I says, or you reject it, I still go and do this opportunity, and then we've got to go through a disciplinary proceeding. I says, which one do you want? And they authorised the absence, thankfully, so I didn't have to go through that. And yeah, went out to Cape Town 2 weeks later. It was a bonfire weekend, that November of 2012. Flew out to Cape Town and got trained to use one of those wire rigs where you can do all sort of flips and whatnot, like you see with kung fu films. Got dressed up in karate kit, and for 2.5 hours, 3 hours, filmed a load of takes for their idents, which got used on ITV4 for just short of 10 years.
Oh. That you know what? For some of the stories that I've heard over the years, Paul, that's a. I like how you just went in and just went matter of fact. We can either do it, it's like we can do it the easy way or we can do it the hard way. And you give me a disciplinary. And I like the fact that you just went in there. Just hey, we can do it either one or two ways. It's not good. Yes, whether you like it or not.
Well, I mean, I did something similar when I went to Monza 3 years ago, because it was at 2 weeks' notice, and I just went, I've had this opportunity, and the manager just went, yeah, you're okay.
I think it's sort of like you put it in terminology that they understand, like, we could do it this way, or you can have all the paperwork and all the fallout. Jake's just gone, karate Paul is the best Paul. He's put in the YouTube chat. Brilliant. Oh, yeah. I think it just comes to taking opportunities. And speaking of taking opportunities, well, can SDR Sim Racing get back in front of WSR Esports, because we're just about to hit hour 20 out of 24 being completed. And it'll just be just over an hour of myself and Paul to warble on before we get the final relay baton switch here in the commentary box for the last 3 hours.
Yes, you only have to put up with our inane ramblings for another hour before we switch over to Jake and to Craig. I do believe is the final stint of commentary, but yeah, another hour and 5 minutes for ourselves on commentary. So let's just have a quick, before we hit the next pit cycle, let's have a quick run through of how things stand right now. So it is the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing team who lead this one. They've led a lot, pretty much the majority of this race now. Diogo Pinto behind the wheel of that car, ahead of their compatriot and teammate Sam Keiter in the Verstappen Sim Racing Ferrari. Now that car has dropped back 4.25 seconds now behind their teammates. So I do think we do suspect these hotter weather conditions do affect the tyres of that Ferrari a bit more. So they're down in second place, but have dropped back from the race leader. Blumerkia, Vasilius Beliziotis is in third place right now. He is about 33 seconds back now off of your race leaders. They were 18 seconds back about an hour and a half ago. So that gap has been increasing to your two race leaders. Grid and Go Esports, they are in fourth place with the 002. They are on a different pit cycle to everybody else, so they're going for a bit of a counter strategy going on there. Then Falken Sim Racing team, Josh Thompson jumped into the car for this stint. He has brought the car into 5th place ahead of the Novalégio Racing Johan Haaf jockeyed car. Then it is Novalégio's teammate, Patrick Ricardo Rico, who's in 7th ahead of this race that we've been watching, which is the WSR Esports Lucas Prada car and the SDR Sim Racing Roman Pascucci car in that one. And Bleu Mercure, the number 33, Maxence Godinho, who's driving that car, rounds out the top 10 here with 4 hours, 2 minutes and 35 seconds remaining here in this iRacing Spa 24 hours presented by Falken. You are listening to Paul Smith and Alex Goldschmidt behind the microphones here, and track temperature, worth talking about the conditions as well. It's continuing to rise as the track temperature now 42 degrees Celsius. Even with partly cloudy skies, that track temperature has continued to rise, so that seems to be an issue for some of the drivers. And we were suspecting it earlier on about that Ferrari and the Verstappen sim racing car as to whether it's heating up its tyres and using up its tyres a bit more than the BMW, so we'll have to wait and see. But certainly, Alex, conditions, they are affecting certain drivers and certain cars out there on track, and it's almost, what, nearly 16 degrees hotter track temperature than what we had at the start of the race. In fact, Alex has just popped away just for a moment. Alex is back now, but yeah, Alex, we're about 15-16 degrees track temperature hotter than we were at the start of the race, and I think a lot of the teams will have set up the cars for certain temperatures. Oh, look at that rear view screen then, the BS Plus competition car storming down the inside. Now that's not for position, that's the number 2 car trying to get laps back, and Daniel Alves trying his best to work his way through. Currently 16th, but he's a man on a mission right now, is Daniel Alves.
Yeah, I mean, that car, I think we've seen that car a couple of times in this race decide to go for the old Danny Rick, lick the stamp and send it through into the chicane, and now he's closing in on Lucas Prada. So the Audi really picking up the slipstream coming out of Red Yacht down onto the Kemmel Straight. And when Danny Alves has got a mission, he is like a man possessed. He gets through, and I think you know, he's got a bit of time to find, because he's 15 seconds behind David Bosca in the 001 GridandGo.com esports car. And bearing in mind, Grid and Go came represented by 3 different manufacturers. The only one that hasn't made it to the check-in is going to be the 004, which is the sole Audi, with 2 Lamborghinis for cars 001 and 003. And the Mustang now has got Dino Lombardi behind the wheel. And Jarno Koch doing a really good job in that car to keep it in at the sharp end of the field in the top 5. But he is 1 minute and 20 seconds behind race leader Diogo Pinto, because now that gap is starting to expand, because it looks like, again, with that track temperature now 42 degrees centigrade, I think the BMW's tyres are a little bit more easier to manage in comparison with the number 4 Verstappen Sim Racing Ferrari with Sam Koitet behind the wheel. The leading gap after 517 laps here, Paul, is just over 5 seconds.
Would you say, by the way, that Danny Alves' moves then were sort of Kevin Estre-esque? Sort of robust, I am going here now.
Yeah. Hold my orange juice, I'm coming through. It definitely was. It was an Estre-esque kind of manoeuvre. If anyone might remember his move at the Nürburgring 24 Hours a couple of years ago for Manthey.
What,
2 wheels
Martin flipping it over.
All I can say is 2 wheels on the grass, full throttle. Yes, please, says Kevin Estra. It was one of those moves that he had to go for it, and sometimes for Kevin Estra, when he rolls the dice, it does work out, lands on lucky number 7, but unfortunately sometimes it is going to be snake eyes.
Yes. Yeah, it's now he won't have much trouble getting past the BMW in front of him, because that's a fellow BS Plus competition car that he's working his way past. That's a little bit further down. I believe that's the BS Plus hybrid car that's in 25th. So Tobias Pasco behind the wheel of that one, and they are still in front of this fight for 8th place that's been slowly simmering for the last 2.5-3 hours since I've been watching. So yeah, these two, it's been sort of magnetised together, of the WSR esports car and the SDR Sim Racing 577. So we were talking about corner names earlier on,
yes.
Right? Mm-hmm. I'm going to throw this now to sim racing team names. If you're going to put the number in your team name, ensure you actually get that car number in the sim.
Yeah, I've seen that happen a couple of times before.
Well, I mean, Novalegio 99 is actually car number 5. For example,
yeah,
that's just one example of it.
I mean, it's like when you see it in multi-class racing, for instance, and it's like, oh yeah, it's car this, and they get a different number allocated to the car. It's like, and then they fight, then they go that, oh, we're going to have to run it as car, like hash, car number 29, and then it's like the category starts with the 3. It's like, why do you call it team 329, 329 or whatever? Allocate it to the same number that you've just received. It's just like it's kind of ask for forgiveness after you've actually put the number on your team name, and hope you get that number allocated, which never happens anyway, because it's like, here's the number, you're lumbered with it.
I mean, one of the best examples I saw of it actually was in the 24-hour Creventic series. A team called 9 und 11. They did actually carry the number 911 on their car. Great, wonderful. And guess what? They drove a 911, which was a 991 spec the year that I saw them. They had a tremendous story, that, by the way. Talk about spirits of endurance. They couldn't take part in the qualifying on the Friday because they had a gearbox fault, and because Porsche no longer... Oh, that's the SDR car! An SDR car spinning round at Speaker's Corner, and that was the one in 9th place. Oh, significant damage. You can see the witness marks on the ground. I would imagine that was a push rather than a fall.
And that car is going to be, well, that's straight away mechanical black flag. More than likely going to be... Oh, it's spun it coming out. Oh, well, that car was crabbing anyway. So it's going to be a case of...
Yeah,
that car's now... right, okay, so here we go. It's already losing the back end. It's actually tucked the right rear wheel on the grass. Backwards 180, bang!
It wasn't a push, it was a fall. Wow. Oh, that's rather spoilt our race there, to be honest. I was enjoying watching them.
I know.
And the WSR duking it out throughout this race. So, but yeah, they've got significant damage. Now, the question will be, in terms of the damage, is the engine being damaged through all of that, especially with that secondary spin when they've tried to recover the car back to pit road by driving it. If there's engine damage, you basically write off 45 minutes of your race, if that's the case. As we've got a number of cars onto pit road right now, Falken Sim Racing, WSR Esports and Blue Mercure all onto pit road now for their servicing. Kevin Ellis Jr., by the way, has jumped into the number 5 Nova Leggio racing car, taking over from Ricardo Rico in that one. So one little mistake, and that was getting caught up behind that BS Plus hybrid car that was laps down. No fault of that BS Plus hybrid car, but that's what happens when you run so close to the car in front. You can't necessarily see exactly where your car's positioned on the road.
Yeah, and it was just one misplacement. The right rear wheel going onto that grass, that car loses traction, and that is how quickly the back end can swap with the front. And that is a real shame for Roman Pascucci, because the battle between him and car 23 of Lorenzo Manfredotti in the WSR Esports red Mustang, which is now in pit lane, along with Blue Mercury Esports Thibaut Prévost, Aleix Nohue for the 003 Grinago Esports car. That's in the pit lane, along with Blue Mercury Esports Vasilios Velociitis now in pit road. It's not going to be long before Pinto and Coitet pit from first and second respectively. But this is the battle. Yeah, this is a battle for. I think that is car. Is that car 5? I believe.
Yes.
On the circuit. Yeah, Kevin Ellis Jr. versus. Oh, this is shades of old Gianni Vecchio right on his gearbox down the Kemmel straight, and obviously, Gianni saying that he's, enjoyed taking a little bit of a step back from, the teams that we've seen him compete in previous years, and he's really enjoying going out there and just racing, just for the spirit of racing itself, rather than looking for wins and race victories. It's more about the camaraderie that you can build in a team.
And that's it. When you've been involved in top level sim racing teams, the level that you are expected to work to as your 2 race leaders now head onto pit road. There was about a 6-second gap between them as they hit the pit lane, so it's worth keeping an eye on that through the next part of their opening stint. But yeah, it's the level that you're expected to work at. I mean, I was hearing back in the early days of PESC, when you had, I think it was the second season of PESC, you had new drivers coming in, and one of them said, "Oh yeah, I practiced 70 hours this week for Zandvoort." And you think 70 hours practice, and then you're racing that Saturday. I mean, I remember chatting to Kevin Ellis Jr. About. I said to him once at, I think it must have been down at the Apex facility back when, a few years ago, when I was down there for a British F4 Championship, I think it was. And I said to him, I says, "Come on, mate, when you're crossing the line and we're looking at you on screen in winning a race in PESC, he's just giving us nothing. It's just absolutely emotionless." And he says, "That's because I feel nothing, because I've done so much driving and so much practice for that event that it just, it's well, we've done what we wanted to achieve."
Yeah, I think it's one of those things whereby they put so much effort into it. When they take that victory, it's like, yeah, I put in the hard work, and that's the reward that I was kind of expecting to receive. And sometimes that takes all the emotion and passion out of, what could have been a really, really hard-fought victory. As again, it's getting really feisty down in the bottom right-hand corner of our screens right now, because Ellis Jr. and Vecchio, they are literally nose to tail through out of Speaker's corner. That was the moment. That was the corner where we just saw about 6 minutes ago, Roman Pascucci losing the back end of the 577 SDR racing car backwards into the barriers. And again, these 2 drivers know each other very, very well. We talked about experienced drivers. We talked about Johan Hart. Now we can focus in on Kevin Ellis Jr. and Gianni Vecchio for good measure, with 3 hours and, just under 3 hours and 49 minutes to go here, Paul.
I mean, Vecchio has gone into more of a, as you say, racing for the fun of it, just getting that enjoyment back, and still pushing on and enjoying. So yeah, he's done his time at the very pinnacle of sim racing, but it does take it out of you after a while, after you do it year on year on year on year on year, and eventually need to take that step back. I mean, I remember when Jeremy Boogloop said, "No, I'm retiring from pro sim racing." I thought, really? You're 31? You're still in your prime? As there we go, Vecchio down the inside. Now, different pit strategies got at play here. Kevin Ellis Jr. is only on lap 3 of his stint right now. Gianni is just completed lap 18 of his stint, so we'll see Gianni head onto pit road in the next 8 laps or so, but that doesn't stop these two duking it out on track here. And if you're Kevin Ellis Jr., you don't want to be fighting too hard, or else you'll end up losing time here. But yeah, flip it around, look at Kevin Ellis Jr., another extremely experienced driver at the very pinnacle of sim racing. What a year he's had. First of all, Apex Racing Team finishing their esports team. Then moves over to Drago Racing.
Yep. And
then a week after, well, immediately after the Nürburgring 24 hours, right, that team's packed up now. I mean, what a year it's been. But it's now led to this Nova Leggio racing outfit, and it's got some very promising signs here in its embryonic stages.
Yeah, I mean, just a second there, behind Gianni Vecchio, Kevin Ellis Jr. was 2 wheels on the grass, on the Kemmel Straight, foot flat to the floor. He was like, I'm not letting Gianni go here. But again, it's just going to be that case of how much harder does he want to push. You've got to pick your moments, especially in the last the last 3 3/4 hours remaining on the timer, because any wrong mistake now will put insult to injury of what has been already a very challenging, 20 and a half, getting to over 20 hours of competitive racing. We're on lap 523, and now Gianni Vecchio in the fiercely forward pink Ferrari now starting to stride away, and that gap has opened up between himself and Kevin Ellis Jr. to around about the best part of 0.8 of a second, as that twin turbo V6, 120 degree V6 in that Ferrari rockets away into the distance. But again, well, what we did see between the two Verstappen sim racing teams, the gap was 5.2 seconds before the pit stop phase. And get this, back behind the wheel of the number 3 BMW M Verstappen sim racing car, Sebastian Job, Cooper Webster, the current reigning defending Porsche eSports Super Cup champion, back behind the wheel of the number 4. It's great to see Cooper also become part of the Verstappen sim racing family, and also shows that you can be multi-adaptable with a team like that, where you get so many great opportunities with running with a great crew, and also at events like this.
Cooper, of course, raced at Macau, didn't they? Last year. Competed at Macau, so he's got plenty of real-world racing experience as well as Cooper. And is doing a good job. But look at this, we're on board with your current Porsche eSports Super Cup champion, and in front of him is a 2-time Porsche eSports Super Cup champion, along with 4 times Porsche eSports Carrera Cup Great Britain champion, and just all-round champion person, Sebastian Job. You know, it's the level of standards in this Verstappen sim racing outfit. It is really just them and Coanda at that very top. They will forever be at the very top, fighting each other with a level of competition. But you look at it, across these two teams, they've got 4 Porsche eSports Super Cup championships in these 2 cars, with Diogo Pinto being the other.
Again, it's just when you look, and I still remember when Sebastian Job did that 4-part series with Sebastian being, ending up driving a Formula 1 car at the Red Bull Ring. you know, going up through the categories, you know, Porsche Carrera Cup car, and then it was going through into the single seaters, and then getting the opportunity to drive a fully fledged Red Bull car, racing car, and impressing everybody. But that just goes to show, when you talk about Verstappen sim racing, you look at what Chris Lullum has done over the last 2 years, going from sim racing and then winning with the likes of Harry King last year in the Gold Cup division. And that was bearing in mind that car that they were running last year was an Aston Martin. And I still remember, I found out why Harry King was not on the podium for the for the Gold Cup victory when it was Chris's debut season in GT racing, GT World Challenge Europe. Harry King had ended up taking a trip to the medical centre because of dehydration. So there was only 2 people on the podium, and Chris was one of them.
You look at what him and Max Verstappen did in NLS as well, when they were getting qualification for their Nürburgring licenses. I mean, a lot of people will say, "Oh, well, that was Max." No, Chris Lullum was matching Max at that particular event. You know, he was matching Max in terms of his pace. So when you see some people who are not educated in sim racing and what these people go through, they just dismiss it as, these sim racers, they don't know what they're doing. They do. They know exactly. You're able to apply what you've learned from the sim. So here we've got a 24-hour race. A lot of similar preparation and strategy discussions and team briefings and things like that will have taken place here for this race, especially at someone like Verstappen sim racing, as you would have in a full metal real world racing team for a 24-hour race. See, you've got a lot of things that you can. It's not just the driving. There's a lot of processes that you can take across as well.
I think you can also apply that to Josh Rogers, you know, running this year in the CarWow Porsche Sprint Challenge GB, and he's had really good success. And again, it just goes to show that there's always been there's been this discussion that has emerged over the last 12 to 18 months, and I am going to sort of give my take on it, because obviously there are people, a lot of the Formula 1 grid, like Max, have come through the world of karting. But we're now seeing that sim racing, for me personally, being a part of both worlds, I can understand the pros and the cons of both. But I think that sim racing in its own right, you cannot compare it to karting side by side. They're two, in some respects, there's 2 different disciplines. But I think that both have their place in bringing talent to the real world, no matter the category. So there's always going to be those people that think that sim racing is the best tool. It depends on the individual, and that's how I look at it. But I've seen drivers like Kobe Powell's, who's now running in GT3s, you know, came through karting. You know, and then you look at Chris Lullum, you look at Josh Rogers. You've got an argument for both sides. So I think for me, okay, yes, karting is considerably more expensive, where I've heard that 6 figures in a single season of karting have been dropped on a particular driver who has got the talent but needs the equipment to compete at the highest level. And I think that I have an admiration for both platforms as a conduit into the bigger world of motorsport. So with the success stories that we've seen, another driver that is actually part of the Grid & Go esports team, currently running in Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil, is in the battle for the overall championship title. Jeff Giassi is now one of the drivers, 29 years of age, is part of the Grid & Go esports organisation in terms of driver lineup. And last week he was in action at Portimao. Didn't have the best opening race, I will be honest. I was on commentary remotely for the English stream. But again, it's another driver from South America. And we're seeing a lot of talent from Argentina, Brazil, that are really, really coming through. And Gustavo Ariel, I still remember the days when he was competing alongside the likes of Jackson Resende, and quite a few other Brazilian drivers. I mean, you know, you look at Brazilian drivers over the past few years. Tony Kanaan, a big advocate of sim racing.
Oh yeah,
a big advocate, and he's got his own team. So if someone like a man who's won the Indy 500 and won an IndyCar Series title can say, I'm going to put my money where my mouth is and bring in talent, that's what you're seeing, like Resende, like Ariel, and so many other drivers from Brazil that are being supported by a big name who wants to pay it forward to those drivers that want to make it, not just in the world of sim racing, but they want to make that transition.
Well, you look at someone like Moritz Lerner as well.
Mm-hmm.
You look at what he's achieved in both the sim and in full metal racing. I mean, he's the Porsche Works driver, isn't he now? So
yeah,
you look at what he's achieved of winning at Daytona, winning these big events. You know, we're not talking small events, we're talking huge events in the world of endurance racing, and he's achieved that, and he's somebody who is still involved in the esports side of things.
Yeah, I mean, you look at what he's achieved, racing the DTM Trophy for a couple of seasons, sponsored by German powerhouse Media Markt, DTM esports champion, 3 times ADAC GT Masters esports champion. So again, it's another case that sim racing can provide these talents, and like you said, it's all about process. There's so much. We've had that chat about commentary, we've had now that chat about drivers, so there's always this process, this protocol that teams go through, like saying, look, if you want to do this for real, this is your training tool, and follow what guidance you're given to make the best of your opportunity. And that's why we're seeing these drivers come through. And I'm not going to be at all surprised if in the next couple of years or so, Paul, that we're going to see more great talents come out of big name teams like Verstappen Sim Racing, like Coanda, like Mouse, that are going to showcase these opportunities, as Dino Lombardi, Grid and Go Esports in the number 2 Mustang, rumbles down pit lane.
I want to throw out there as well, of course, Max Verstappen and Lando Norris, but now going over those cones, is that an unsafe entry? We'll have to wait and see what the sim says. I think they might get away with that though, but it used to be a concrete wall there, did that? It's now cones that you see there, M25's finest. And so will Dino Lombardi get a penalty? I don't think he will. I think he'll have got away with that one. But yeah, it's you look at what has been achieved in the world of motorsport and that. But like I say, Max Verstappen himself, along with Lando Norris, won this very event, the iRacing Spa 24 Hours a few years ago. Famously with Max Verstappen's brake pedal falling off his rig. So,
oh yes,
in the last 5 minutes, you know, that's you know, if those people are taking the time to compete and to do this, it shows the value to them, because yeah, it's fun for them, but they're still competitive. They still compete to the highest level when they're doing events like this.
Yeah, I think there's also a driver that's also good friends, ran alongside, well, actually in the same team, Danny Hucadea. Also another driver that loves his sim racing. And to see, you know, and Danny is now part of Genesis Magma Racing, who have got that wonderfully sounding hypercar these days. You know, it's again, it's as we were saying, like these crossover points. I think also one person who will have a good insight on that is Arjuna, because of obviously being part of the Racing Prodigy series that has seen like Garrett Lowe compete there. You've seen driver coaches such as Tatiana Calderon in that series. So then Garrett Lowe now running with the herd in the Euro NASCAR Wheeling Series, which has also seen Bikes give us another driver that's made the crossover as well. You know, multi-time W Series runner-up behind Jamie Chadwick, and she's also part of the herd and has also been getting behind the wheel of Euro NASCAR quite recently, but she will also rock up and get behind the wheel of the sim and just be as passionate as everybody else.
Yeah, exactly. It's great to see people getting involved. I do believe that officially SDR Sim Racing number 577, the one that we saw going off backwards into Speaker's Corner, has retired from the race now, so they are done. Get your little marker pen of doom out for your if you happen to have a spotter's guide put together for this event. As the one thing that I will say about these iRacing special events is, because we have an idea as to the majority of the field who are going to be in, but we don't know everyone. We can't make ourselves a spotter's guide that we can print out and have up on the wall, and you can do the marker pen of doom through them in the broadcast. So yeah, if you do happen to have done that yourselves, then power to you. You can put the marker pen of doom through them, but that's enough of one. We're down to now 44 cars, because actually RC Car Shop Esports are back out open running.
Yeah, so is Louis Neal in the 252 Vesta Sport that we saw in dramas, and it's not just been the 252 that's had dramas. We saw the 211 of Vesta Sport also have dramas. Roberto Rebecci having a big moment earlier on in the race, but yeah, I think that's a real shame, because 577 SDR Sim Racing, they were doing so well. They were running consistently in that top 10, having that battle with WSI Sports Red in the 23 Mustang, and it's, you know, all that hard work, all that preparation, and they're like, you know, it's one wrong mistake, and we are getting to the last, you know, we're just over half an hour away from the last 3 hours, and it's that make or break situation. It's about how are you going to play this game. Now, bearing in mind, the car's out in the lead of the race. At one point it was 5.2 seconds. We're now back to that less than half a second marker between car 3 and car 4 that are now making their way through into the source, with Joe and Webster keeping each other very, very honest at this stage. And again, the tactics that this team has employed has now blossomed that into a considerable and comfortable lead at the moment. With 3.5 hours here to go, Paul, they are now 22 plus seconds ahead of Attic Alpin, and back behind the wheel of the number 1 Blue Mercure Esport, Aston Martin. So you look at it from this point, that in the top 5 we have 4 different manufacturers represented. So it's BMW, from Ferrari, from Aston Martin, from Ford.
I will say, we probably won't see these two duking it out until the very last stint of the race. They'll want to get that final pit stop out of the way, see where they stand compared to the rest of the field, because Ati Kauppinen is uncomfortably close enough to have them keeping an eye in the mirrors in terms of not wanting to fight each other at the front of the field. So it will stay line astern, as they are right now at the front of the field. It's the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing car in the lead, ahead of his teammate Verstappen Sim Racing number 4 in the Ferrari. So those two, as Alex said, 23 seconds ahead of Ati Kauppinen in that Bleu Mercure Esport car, the number 1 car. But yeah, for me, Alex, it's very much a case of with these Verstappen Sim Racing cars, you're looking at that gap going, yeah, guys, let's not do anything silly, let's not fight, let's just work together, get to the last stint, we'll see where we are, and then it'll be gloves off.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Gianni Vecchio now brings in the number 9 fiercely forward pink Ferrari into pit lane, which now releases Lorenzo Manfredotti in the WSR Esports Red 23 Mustang. So 26 laps by Gianni as he trundles his way down pit lane. That car in the position now that it qualified in, P10. And again, just the quality and the standard of the racing has been nothing but exemplary, but still with 40, I think, what was it I was saying, 37 cars finished the race last year, 12 months ago. And again, we're just seeing that there's a lot of hard work that goes into it. I think what you said earlier on, Paul, where we're seeing, like, say, RC cars, they want to finish this race. That's an achievement all in itself, and that just shows the wider remit of things, whereby, there are some teams that will throw toys out of the pram and say, no, we haven't done this year, we'll come back in 12 months' time and do it again and have another crack at it. Whereas, as I said, it's about, you learn more by losing than you do by winning. Winning is great, but it's when you find out that you can have everything thrown at you, including the kitchen sink, and still, no matter what that brings in terms of dramas in the pit lane, incidents out on track, if you could get through all of that, you could go, right, okay, how can we bring this knowledge that we gained over 24 hours of racing, plus qualifying, plus practicing for the event, and make ourselves a better team for next year, for this event here?
Quick weather update, by the way, whilst we're going into the final half hour of mine and Alex's stint on commentary. Currently, weather conditions are 22 degrees air temperature, mostly cloudy, so we've got that mostly cloudy skies now. We might see the track temperature start coming down a little bit. It's 43 degrees Celsius at this stage. It's 1:22 p.m. In sim time. Now, looking at the weather forecast, at 2:15 p.m, there's a 7% chance of rain. At 2:30 p.m, we've got a little cloud with little drops of rain showing on the weather forecast, 13% chance. I think we might get a sprinkling of rain, but I don't think it'll be enough to actually fully wet the track, in my opinion.
Now, it'll probably evaporate as soon as it hits the tarmac, Paul.
Yeah.
Let's be completely honest and be like, poof, and it's gone. It's always that case when there's a 13% chance. Yeah, it's going to be negligible at best, but is there going to be a reason why the teams are going to probably go onto wet tyres? The answer will be a resounding no, because they'll go, well, those spots of rain. I mean, I think, where was it? I was on a grid walk at Monza. It was earlier on this year, and I was doing the first grid walk of the day. I think it was about 11 o'clock in the morning, and we had the slightest amount of medium grey clouds above the start-finish line heading into Rettifilo. And as I walked out with our remote camera operator, we had a little sprinkle, and it was like, literally, it was a dusting. And as soon as I started the grid walk, I see the couple of spots that are right in front of my left foot evaporate within about half a second. And there I am, just saying, yeah, a little bit of a development here, but it's just on literally like, poof, it's gone. So no one was going to switch from dries to wets, because they would have been silly fools going down into the turn one. It's and again, that sprinkling of rain may not do any detriment. It might maybe tell the teams just to sort of through a particular part, because as we know here at Spa, it could be raining in one part of the circuit and be absolutely bone dry somewhere else.
I can tell you, by the way, we're getting a replay now. Gianni Vecchio, big twitch through over his Radion and into the wall, just a nose into the tyre barrier. Fortunately, nobody coming out of pit road at that time, but the fiercely forward pink car, remember, this is on lap 2 of its stint, so it'll still be relatively cooler tyres. He's obviously tried to go flat out through Rouge Radio, and the tyres in the car went, I don't want to play anymore.
It's like tyre grip says, sorry, game over. That's a shame for Gianni, but here we go again. The bump drafting fest between the two Verstappen sim racing cars. Cooper Webster now ahead of Sebastian Jobe coming down the Kemmel Straight. So Ferrari leads BMW as we're on lap 533. And again, this tactic has just worked. They're still opening up that gap. That gap's gone up now to 23.5 seconds in terms of how the top three are covered at the moment. So no matter what Bloomberg Q... Oh, and look at that, going through into... yeah, that was into Bruxelles. That was looking very dark there, Paul.
Yeah, a bit of cloud cover. As I say, mostly cloudy skies. The teams, and I think those especially using the Ferrari, will be hoping that that does cool down the track a little bit. So yeah, they'll be hoping for a little bit of a relief from those hot track temperatures, because it does seem to be that the Ferrari just uses its tyres a bit more than the rest of the field. As we carry on through Stavelot and then in towards Curva Paul Frere, past the kart track on the right hand side. It's always funny whenever you see a race get red flagged on the track, and yet the kart facility, the people are still splashing around on slick tyres in the kart track here at Spa. It always seems funny to me that you'll have this top-line motorsport with all this money and everything that's red flagged because of the rain, and yet you've got people on rental carts splashing around.
Yeah, I mean, throughout my commentary career, when I've gone to Belgium, whether it be Captain Defagne, which is about 2 hours south of Spa, I did have to go to the Captain Defagne circuit for commentary on the Saturday and the Sunday, having been at the CrowdStrike 24 for most of the week. But Friday evening I had to, I think I left the circuit at about 10:30, rocked up to the hotel I was staying at 1 in the morning, and had to be up at 6:30 to get showered and ready to be back at the circuit. Yeah, we had rain that weekend, funnily enough, on the Sunday, and it doesn't matter because, as we all know, Belgium has this wonderful microclimate, and it encapsulates Circuit Zolder, Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, karting Genk, and Captain Defense. So if you know that Raiders hit Genk, you know that Marienborg is probably going to get it in about an hour and a half's time when the cloud cover finally drifts over.
I like the Knock Hill weather forecast, which is, if you're in the Gary Stagg commentary box in the centre of the circuit, you look out to the Firth of the Forth, and you look at the three bridges, the fourth rail bridge and the two road bridges, and it depends on how many of those bridges that you can see as to how soon the rain's going to hit you. I think that's a brilliant measure of weather forecasting, is it? Oh, it's a two-bridge day right now, so expect some rain soon, folks.
Yeah, rain inbound. And that's the thing. It's I think the first ever time I commentated in Belgium was at Karting Genk, track that Max Verstappen used to run at for quite a long time. Actually, he's for the BNL Karting Series, which is an international karting championship that I've been the commentator for from 2018. The first ever Mini Max champion was actually Max. And then his good friend, who runs his own karting team, Stan Pex, followed it up with taking the same title in the same class. So 2008-2009, Max Verstappen has a B&L Karting Series, a couple of entries on the honour roll list, and then Stan Pex won the same class back in 2010 when Max moved up classes.
Just been listening to the engine of Sebastian Jobe into La Source, a little bit of a lift. What's the lift going to be like going into Le Com if we stay on board with this? There's a little bit of a slipstream. Big old lift going into the braking zone. You just want to, when you bump drafting like that, you don't want to do it too late that it affects the car in front into the braking zone. And you also want to give yourself that little bit of space going into the braking zone so that when they hit the brakes, you're not getting compromised with when you hit the brakes as well. It's a real art form, is bump drafting around a road circuit. I know it's an art form in oval racing as well, but around a road circuit where you've got those braking zones to consider, it just gives it a little extra nuance.
Yeah, the car in front of them is the Core Racing by GV Controls number 92 car. That's currently in 41st position. Benoit Pezanek behind the wheel. The car is currently 5 laps down at the minute. But again, this might help the two cars leading the way just to eke out a little bit more fuel saving as they're going through now Stavelot into Curb Paul Frere.
I did see asked, by the way, about manufacturers in this race. Just to give you a breakdown as to the entries that we had going into this race. So there was 59 entries into this race, into this top split race. There were 5 Aston Martins, 7 Audis, 4 BMWs, 18 Ferraris, 4 Fords, 19 Lamborghinis, and a Porsche. So a single Porsche. That was the breakdown of cars going into this race here. And as things stand right now, at the front of the field, because a lot of people, they see a balance of performance and it's oh, everybody will pick the same car then. We've got Ferrari leading, BMW second, Aston Martin third, Ford fourth. Then we've got Ferrari, Audi. Then the Ford, Aston Martin and Lamborghini. So pretty much everything that was starting in this race, except the Porsche, represented in that top 10.
That's 70%. Yeah, so 70%, 7 out of the 10 top 10 runners are 7 different manufacturers out of those that were selected for this race. And I think that just goes to show with the way that the BOP has been administered for this year's running of the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa, it has shown that the cars have been a little bit more equalised, so to speak. But when you've got teams that can really maximise whatever nuances the BOP might throw onto a particular car, they can normally work around it, and that's what we're seeing with cars 4 and 3. And still, that gap it's starting to come down. Attic Alpine is starting to get a little bit quicker. And what we're seeing now, the track temperature has dropped here, Paul. We've gone down from 43 to 39 degrees centigrade, and that has now meant that Attic Alpinen is the quickest out of the top 3. 2 minutes 16.665 on the last lap. Cooper Webster 2:16.714. Sebastian Joe 2:16.834. So just over exactly about a tenth and a half, covering the top 3. We'll make that two and a bit tenths of a second, covering the top 3 effectively in terms of consistent pace running.
Would you like a 5-lap average lap time? Because I can give you that. Peter Mackay, our colleague Peter Mackay loves it. He in fact, he calls it the Paul Smith Silver Salver for average lap times.
Brilliant.
And I can tell you right now, so Cooper Webster, 5-lap average over the last 5 laps is a 2:16.805. Sebastian Job is 2:16.925. And Attic Alpinen 2:16.969. And if you go to Dino Lombardi, that's a 2:17.365. Now, I will preface this by saying that Dino Lombardi only pitted 9 laps ago, whereas the others were 15 and 16 laps ago. And is that from it missing a front end, by the way? Or is it just the way that the shadows had fallen? I think it's the way that the shadows had fallen.
Yeah, no, that's still got the front bumper on it. Also bearing in mind, I'm just looking at the previous pit stops. Dino Lombardi, I think this is the quickest. Now I'm wondering, are they going to go on a different fuel strategy here? Because their last pit stop with Lombardi behind the wheel, total pit lane time was just over 60 seconds, and just under 32.3 stationary in pit road.
Yeah, so shorter fuel, and that's even shorter than they've been fueling normally, because they've normally been filling about 36, 37 seconds. Not quite filling the tank, so...
I think it's probably just to help to keep that Mustang as racy as possible. But again, it's going to shorten the overall amount of times, the amount of laps that this car will circulate around the track in general. But I'm looking at the lap times here. Lombardi just did a 17.1, Kalpinen a 16.6, so just under half a second separating those two in terms of lap time. But as you rightly said, Dino Lombardi, well, this is his second stint on these tyres, so when that car comes back into pit lane, that'll be fueling the vehicle, putting a brand new set of tyres on it, and seeing how the car reacts. But I think with this drop in temperature, again, we're seeing when we were at colder temps, like say in the middle of the night at about 20 degrees centigrade track temp, we were seeing teams run in the 215s quite consistently, especially in the top 10.
Weather forecast is updated. We've now lost that little rain cloud off of the weather forecast, so I think we might not even get any rain at this rate. It's gone down to an 8% chance now, so even if it does rain, I think it'll literally just be a couple of spots, as you say, that'll evaporate straight away. So for those of you who are watching that are praying for rain, all I can suggest is do a rain dance and send it into the iRacing team, and they'll be able to do absolutely nothing because it's already set in the session here.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting how that occurs, because 12 minutes to go, Paul, until we hand over to our colleagues, Mr. Sperry and Mr. King, to bring it home.
Biggest mover in the top 10 is that WSR esports car. Started 25th, up into 8th place for Lorenzo Manfredotti. So been a good day at the office for WSR esports. Red, of course, their black car was the one that finished earlier on in this race. But yeah, we've got 11 and a half minutes to the top of the hour, and we've got let's have a look at this. No pit stops due for a while now, not out of the top lot anyway, so we're in a good spot to just quickly touch on where people stand. So it is still the Verstappen sim racing team, the number 4, in the lead in their Ferrari, ahead of the BMW M Verstappen sim racing car in second place. Blumacure in third, 23 seconds back now from the race leading pair. Dino Lombardi, as we saw, had that pit stop about 11 laps ago now. They're on lap 11 of the stint in Grid and Go, in fourth place ahead of Josh Thompson, who's in fifth for Falken sim racing team. Then it is Nova Leggio with their two Audis. Benedek Vida is back behind the wheel, so Johan Harf has taken a break. They'll probably switch over. For the final sort of hour or two between those two drivers. Kevin Ellis Jr. in the other compatriot in the Nova Leggio racing car in 7th place. They're now separated by about 10 seconds. They were sort of nose to tail a while ago, but they've separated out a bit of those two cars. WSR Esports, as I say, in 8th place now. They've managed to pull away a little bit from Blumacure's Thibaut Prevot, although Thibaut right now is actually lapping a little bit quicker than Lorenzo Manfredotti, so keep an eye on the number 33 to potentially get involved in a little bit of racing. And they are on the same strategy as well. They pitted the same lap. Grid and Go, Alex Nuge with the number 003 is in 10th place right now in this race. And we are still missing a number of cars. We are down to 44 cars running right now here. Alex, we're getting towards the end of our stint here, 9 minutes remaining. if those of you who are listening to this and thinking I want to get a bit more Paul and Alex today, well, lucky for you, because we're both going to be commentating on the Channel 199 IRX Championship, the season finale from Atlanta Motor Speedway, this evening on the RaceSpotTV YouTube channel. So make sure you join us for that one. But it's been a really intriguing 3 hours as this, Alex, and I'm looking forward to just sitting back and watching the final 3 hours of this race, to be honest.
Yeah, unfortunately for me, I've got to get myself ready for. I haven't had breakfast yet, but I've got a 300-kilometre race at Portimao to cover for Porsche Insurance Challenge Brazil. But then at least I can maybe get my head down for a couple of hours this afternoon before we're enjoying a bit of rallycross action at Atlanta for Channel 199 IRX season finale, which I'm looking forward to seeing. But yeah, it has been an interesting 3 hours with us being here for the breakfast show. As Craig did warn me of that before. He said, yeah, you're going to be jumping into the breakfast show, as Paul likes to call it, and I was like, brilliant, because it has been. I think the good thing is that one of the things about endurance racing from a commentary perspective is that it's not always looking in depth all the time at what the drivers are talking about, because we've been able to share stories about our respective journeys. And thank you very much for sending me over the video link. That was quite entertaining. And I thought, yeah, as soon as I saw your face on it, I went, this is just going to be hilarious. And it was just like 30 seconds of hilarity. But that is the thing. We all share stories. We've all got our own stories to tell, and that's the beauty about being up here in the box.
Yeah, I know in the past, I mean, I can remember going back to some of our earlier 24-hour broadcasts back when I was first starting in sim racing commentary back in like 2015, 2016. In fact, my first ever endurance broadcast was 2016 iRacing Sebring 12 hours. So a lot of people used to complain at that time that, oh, you're not talking about the racing. It's like, well, we are talking about the racing, but honestly, there's no real close action happening right now on the track. We're keeping an eye on things, but we're having those discussions about the wider world of motorsport, about sim racing. We've gone into broadcasting with the broadcast side of things as well. There's time to have a discussion, and when you look at some of the best 24-hour coverage throughout the world, if it's IMSA, if it's World Endurance Championship, whatever it is, 9 times out of 10, the majority of the commentary isn't actually talking about the in-depth of, oh, well, this car has gained 1/10 of a second on that last lap, so we better keep an eye on this one. You're not going to be like that. It's about telling stories.
Yeah, and well, we've got Andre Castro versus Peter Bieder. This is the battle for P26 BS Plus Hybrid versus Solpec. Bieder was looking rather racy coming down the Kemmel Straight and nearly looked to throw it to the outside of Lecombe as they go through into Bruxelles. All the rundowns to the left-hander here at Speaker's Corner. Yeah, I think it's there was another phrase that I remember, and it struck a chord with me, and of course, with regards to Hindi, John Heindel, if you haven't got a passion for this, you've got a rock for a heart, as far as I'm concerned. And that rings true, because as I said earlier, it's about having that passion, that adrenaline. And okay, yes, I've been on the mic for nearly 6 hours straight out of the 9 hours that I've been part of the team. I mean, shout out to David for doing 9 on the bounce, like literally doing the as we like to call it in both sim racing and in IRL, the graveyard shift. But I think still, even though I've had 3 hours sleep between jumping off at 10 to 11, grabbing a late dinner, and then coming back in at 10 to 5 in the morning to do 6 hours back to back, I've still got the same energy levels that I did when I jumped in, which just goes to show that the passion, the adrenaline, still keeps you going. And sometimes, yeah, a little bit of caffeine does help, to be honest.
A couple of months ago, when we had the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours, at the same time as that, I was actually doing a 24-hour charity stream gaming, raising money for Macmillan Cancer support, and I was really struggling coming through the 2, 3, 4 a.m. part of my stream where I was gaming. But then I had to jump into doing a 2-hour stint with Ewan O'Leary at 5 a.m. And you say about a little bit of caffeine, a little white can of Monster that I'd kept to one side, I was determined not to use it for as long as possible, got heavily consumed just before that commentary stint. I was fine for the rest of my my charity stream. It was just that little kick that I needed to just get me through the last few hours of it. And yeah, sometimes things like caffeine are somewhat of a help.
Yeah, mine was definitely a cold iced coffee, which I had been steadily consuming. You know, you want to use it a bit like an IV drip. You know, you just want to feed yourself at the relevant times, and that sometimes can help. I mean, I've also got a focus supplement now, which has really helped me out in terms of trying to stick away from caffeine. I've knocked energy drinks on the head since January of this year, which has completely changed my aspect of looking at life. And I'm like thinking, okay, do I need the energy drink? Do I need the coffee? Well, with regards to this weekend,
yes,
no energy drinks. Coffee, yes. Focus supplement, yes. But it's got me through, and I just have to say, well, funny enough, speaking of Porsche Endurance Challenge Brazil, Hugo's just asked me for the link. So he's got that inbound. He said, okay, we'll keep an eye on it. So yeah, a big shout out to Raymond and Hugo for their epic work behind the scenes here. As you know, I've really enjoyed being in the booth with you for the last 3 hours, Paul, and looking forward to later on tonight for Channel 199 IRX season finale at Atlanta. Yeah,
it's a whole team effort. Is broadcasts like this. It's not just us that yap on for 24 hours that you have to put up with. It's also the team behind the scenes, Hugo Luis and also Romero, who have been working these broadcasts and bringing the pictures to you. And it's those people that really put in the hard yards. I've done the production side of sim racing back when I actually had internet connection that was good enough to do production, and I know how tricky it is and how many split plates you're spinning all the while. Alex, just final couple of words then. End of a 6-hour stint for you. What have you thought of this race?
Bring it on for more iRacing special events is all I can say, Paul. But yeah, it's been great to be a part of this broadcast, and yeah, looking forward to Craig King and Jake Sperry to bring it home for us here on this iRacing special event.
Yeah, we certainly are. Well, I will say thank you very much, Alex. I shall speak to you later this evening. But for myself, Paul Smith and Alex Goldsmith, it's time to head over now. First to Jake Sperry and also Craig King joining him there.
Wow, 3 hours left here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, and aren't there so many similarities that can be painted from what we saw 12 months ago. We watched Sebastian Job at this point in time trying to put the lap on Andre Castro to go 3 laps down, has license to go and fight the position because he's trying to stay with Peter Beidert there for Solpec Precision Racing. And ultimately now, it's a case of can Cooper Webster keep Sebastian Job in range and bring himself all back in. Craig, a pleasure to have you along with me to take things all the way to home. But my question to you to start, what's your favourite energy drink?
Water. There we go. That's the easy thing. I don't drink energy drinks anymore. I keep myself a little bit I wouldn't say a vase from caffeine, but I've had incidents where I'm going to have a Monster energy drink. Other beverages are available, and my heart decided it was a bit not happy about it, and it was racing faster than you would probably expect your heart would be racing if you're in one of these race cars. So no, the only caffeine I drink is anything in a Coca-Cola. As yes, Hugo just mentioned is a Red Bull, so there are other brands available. Jake, unfortunately, I have to disappoint you. I have a bottle of water. That's all I'm using today. I don't believe in that energy drink nonsense nowadays.
I am so disappointed. I remember a time where sim racing was full of just like, let's get as much energy as we can in, and it's not there. My energy drink of choice, nobody's going to have heard of this. Craig, have you heard of 1087X?
I have. I don't know where I've heard of it, but that rings a bell to me. I don't know why. That does ring a bell. I just want to say, my energy drink of choice, I've still got half a packet of Haribo fizzies in front of me. I just need that. That's my sugar rush. That's what's going to wake me up.
Gotta love it. Gap extending out now to 0.8 of a second here. Cooper Webster's got to clear Andre Castro sooner rather than later as we go down the hill here at Brussels Corner with Mike Dunhauer here for Maniti Racing Red under threat here behind from 07 Racing X Curtail Design 97 that is running. These drivers 2 and 3 laps down respectively, so it's not a direct battle out there for position, but it is a chance to see 2 lean green racing machines going at it, improving it. Ferrari goes through on Lamborghini. Thank you very and much.
Thank you very much, and this is now where the teams are just starting. I wouldn't say this is the long walk home, but it is getting to that point now where they've been going for about 21 hours. They're into that final 3 hours, and they know there's going to be 3 more stints. So there's probably one driver in the team that's got the feet up and know he's just going to be looking after the team. One driver getting ready to go back in, because I doubt any of these drivers will be looking at doing triples. So whoever comes in for the next stop will probably be their last stops in the race. And that could be very interesting, because look at Sebastian Joe. Real good lead, and when I left last night, Jake had a favorable lead out there, and so did some of these WSR cars still battling. Didn't see some of these guys at the front of the field because it was all pretty spread out, and a lot of drivers. I think when I left in the middle of the night, we still had 40 drivers on the lead lap. Well, we're down to 9 at the moment on the lead lap, and it was also a BMW lead for Verstappen Sim Racing of about 30 seconds. That's gone away a little bit here, a little bit of an incident earlier in the morning. So that can change things. And I am looking, Jake, and Paul was mentioning it. There was a chance of rain. You've come into the booth and it's now dry. We're just going to blame you.
I don't know what you are trying to say there, but I would say yes, I bring the drought. Stowe, pit stops coming in. Enzo Tabani then for WSR Esports White. Adam Uhash then also for Fiercely Forward Yellow coming in and making a stop. Sebastian Jobe here with about a second. Bider is not going to let this one go easily. It is Webster's responsibility to chase up. And this is the awkward scenario. We're talking about 3 hours to go, and we're talking of a gap of about a second here. And, you know, if we were talking endurance races 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and we had a gap of a second, we go, oh yeah, this is wonderful. This is one of the closest races that we've had. For these drivers at this level and what they're able to do, 1 second for these drivers might as well be 10.
Yeah, this is also a big deal having it this close. Just for the top 2, it was like this last year with the same cars in the same position. And funny enough, for that number 3, 2 of the same drivers who are looking to three-peat, something I never heard of before in any racing on the special events, in team events. And with the rest of the gaps, it's just so vital how these drivers were able to get an advantage at the start of the race. They knew the risk of rain, so they knew the idea was get out there fast. No rain. It's been a dry race. They've had to maximize these strategies to try and make sure they stick to the pace and stick to the extra time. And the moment they started losing slipstream, they were literally trying to find a lap car to work with. And you can see right now at the back here, as the number 4 is having another car slipstream off them. That's the 1111 behind Cooper Webster. and that's the Solpec Precision Racing. They're trying to use a car to go and do some fuel saving. That's what Webster wants to try and do, but Sebastian Joe really pushing ahead. And that's the name of the game for most of the night, is can you extend these stints, use that to your advantage, and can you find some traffic? Still a lot of cars out there on the track. I think we're down to 42 teams still racing out the 59 we started with. So still a lot of time out there for drivers to make some moves up there, but we've already got 8 cars on the lead lap, Jake. And I think really it's going to be between the top 4 teams at the end of the day, which is great to see.
And part of that's because Nova Leisure Racing have come in with Kevin Ennis Jr. They've just made their stop. Gridden goes 003 in the pits with Aleix Nahuay making his stop out there. And it is going to get busy around this time as Josh Thompson representing the Isle of Man, the man from Ramsey, then coming in and making his pit stop for Falken Sim Racing Team Blue. I love that he's at that team. I think it will suit him really, really well. A former Verstappen sim racing driver, Josh Thompson, and someone who has been around this scene for a number of years, and I would argue doesn't get the dues and respect he deserves.
I'm just going to get out of the way now so I don't slip up like I did at the start of the race from the Isle of Man. I accidentally said the other isle that's in around the United Kingdom, and apologies for that, Josh. Yeah, I said that by accident, but it slipped the tongue it was the start of the race, Jake. Cut me some slack. But no, Josh is a driver. I think the moment Paul saw him there, he lit up with a little bit of excitement, like, oh, Josh Thompson's here. You know, it's a driver we love to see. It's a driver I've seen racing for so long now. I think when I first started in iRacing, Josh was around that time, just starting to knock on that door of going, hello, I want to be in one of the top teams, and look what he's achieved. And I tell you what, you talk about Josh and how he is. Remember, Gianni Vecchio's back here. He's been driving for Fiercely Forward. We've seen some drivers coming back and putting some time in out there today. And, you know, also you look at the fact that Nova Leisure now, with some of the drivers they've got as well, that they've just formed. And it goes back to that whole thing, Jake, that there are a couple of teams out there now that have formed from top talent that have lost a team, that have just come together to make a new team under their own terms. And, well, some drivers, just because they don't have that name of a Coanda or of a Verstappen Sim Racing or a Grid and Go, they still want to be out there and racing. And they've got this team now to prove that they can still be out there. Right.
Perfect jumping point as Lewis Woods now will take the car of that Ferrari Falken machine and will start going. New teams, I think this year, 2026, is the transition year of a new era of sim racing, because you're looking at the big teams, what we used to have. If we go back to last year, it's Drago, it's Apex, you know, you're starting to see all those teams coming in. This year, Nova Leisure, first year, Blue Mercure, first year, Auto Moves we saw up there for a fair bit. We're seeing the rise of Falken. I think we're seeing a different sim racing, probably one of the biggest changes in sim racing in terms of the top team dynamic than what we have seen in many a year past.
I would agree, and I know that, and I talked about this yesterday, the moment Drago Racing folded, and we were there, we were all there, we were watching that race at the Nürburgring, had that heartache, then the next day they fold. We were watching that thinking, this is big. This is a big concern all of a sudden. And it turned out that we've had this new change. And you look at other esports, and this is kind of the norm where organizations will go and the team and the players will just go, the drivers in this case, but you get the idea for CSGO and esports. No, let's make our own team. Let's run it this way. So now you see esports where it's not those big name franchises that I grew up in. I'm 37, so I've got an excuse to say grew up with. You know, now you're seeing this other form, and I think this is what we're getting here. Back in the day, Falken was a big name in motor racing. That they've not been the tippy top at the moment in sim racing. They're here now. You look at Nova Leisure, you look at Blue Mercure. Blue Mercure, first special event, they got a victory. So they're already there, stamping their authority that they want to be there. They still have to beat the top dogs. It is safe to say these two cars in the pit lane, well, 3 cars, one of them's a safety car. We don't need to worry about that. They are the top dogs. Coanda, Verstappen, Sim Racing. You could almost again circle Grid and Go, Jake. But you look at these teams now coming to back up. Even Fiercely Forward. A few years ago, they were the next big thing. They haven't delivered right away, but they're still there. They're still there pushing the time in. And if they can just be there, and they can still throw up there. So a lot of opportunity for teams to start here. I think we are just looking at a complete reset across the board. And now we're looking at new names and faces in terms of teams and drivers. It's going to be the old faces. And as the song goes, Jake from The Who, meet the new boss, same as the old boss.
Yeah, Cooper Webster off and away. Great stop, though, by the BMW M Verstappen sim racing team. They got the march there through that and just left with a little bit less in terms of the fuel count there to maintain track position. 1.5 seconds, 1.6 at the top of Lake Coombs. So Cooper Webster's got a bit of work to do here, but I would be turning around and looking at BMW M Verstappen sim racing with 2 hours 48. I look at that as a decision with saving about a second or two on fuel take at the stop. I want to get my strategy off of what the team behind are doing. I want to start seeing that number come down. I want to start looking at this going, well, can I get my stop now to be 1 hour 52 and 56 minutes to get to the end of the race rather than hitting hour marks?
And that means if you pit later, you're putting less fuel in on that final stop. Shorter stop, bigger advantage. They already managed to, well, cone to cone on my stats was a second faster than the number 4, which basically goes to show that they've been able to utilize something with the fuel, either saving a bit more fuel than they needed to. Remember, for most of that, I think they were just battling and taking some slipstream advantage. So I wonder if that's going to be the plan now. They're looking for whoever they can to get some overtaking, some slipstream. They do have a lot of lap traffic around. In fact, every car in front of them right now, it's about 20 lap cars waiting in front of them coming up. So they have a shot to do that. And I just feel, though, that even though that's going to happen, Jay, I think we're still going to get that same finish we got last year.
It's possible. Knock on wood, we might see something really, really special again here at Spa as we focus on Jürgen Frank for Sim RC, now taking his service and leaving the pits in the Sim RC Ford Mustang. It is such a joy to see Sim RC still out there, still performing, still participating. It is a team that basically came together as part of the massive conglomeration of forum teams out there in Germany, and it is a very German concept out there. Teams like SimRC, German SimRacing.de comes into that mind as well, of teams that are built together from the communities that are created and then merge and evolve, and drivers come and go as they please. And SimRC is not one of these teams where everybody stands up and, oh, we've got a minimum requirement of you've got to have 94 billion iRating to get in, as the top teams seem to all have these days. It's, no, SimRC is for everyone, and we will help everybody develop.
Are you saying that neither of us have got 5 billion iRating? Because I would like to, but I think we had that chat yesterday when we were just saying about how we used to do on controllers. You still race on a controller. I don't, but I don't race much at all nowadays.
Bold of you to assume I race, sir. Bold of you
yeah, okay. Are we going to call you an iRacer? I don't know. Well, am I an iRacer now? I don't know. We're on iRacing, so technically that makes us iRacers on de facto. But no, this is the type of thing, community teams. I love community teams. You think back in the day where you had all these little communities and merging together, fantastic. It is just a legendary car, because I know, again, Paul was talking about this car at the start of the race, how this is one of probably the oldest teams out there on the grid right now. I think Redline with Zappa Sim Racing have done that slip up second time, and I wonder if that's going to be a case that we see these older teams go. Everyone comes and goes. Sim RC still here. Great to see. Grid and Go. How long will they stay here? I don't say that offensively. I'm just saying, how long will they stay? Because they have once again put out a massive team out there again, and you've got them they're not battling at the moment. They're using each other to help themselves. But one thing that's quite interesting, there are only 2 teams out here, Jake. I don't know if at the top of your head you can work it out. Just 2 teams who all their cars have done the same car. Every other team with multiple cars, different cars. I wonder if you can work out what 2 teams that is.
I haven't actually been paying attention out there to that in terms of a fact. So I'm going to leave one in the wind and say Maniti Racing and Blue Mercure.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct.
Am I right?
You are absolutely correct. all of Maniti Racing took the Lamborghini in the top split, and both of the Blue Mercures were driving around in the Aston Martins. You are correct. I don't know where you threw that out. You just threw a Hail Mary into the sky, and all of a sudden you had Lynn Swan catching it in the end zone. So congratulations on that one. You were correct.
Well, that screams to me, right, Craig? That screams to me that there is no consensus pick this year around this Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. And I think that is a sign of a very healthy balance of performance coming into this event, that there are 5 or 6 cars that have a very good legitimate shot of being, I'm best car, let's go with that, that's the meta.
Yeah, and I know Paul did it earlier. We'll go back through it again. 19 Lamborghinis. This is at the start of the race. 19 Lamborghinis, 18 Ferraris, 7 Audis, 5 Astons, 4 BMWs, 4 Mustang, and a Porsche in a pear tree. And we lost that one Porsche going into the night. It was a bit of a shame. And I know that from talking to some of my team, yeah, the Lamborghini felt really comfortable. And they're not top split. They're not top split. They're the part of us, Jake, that they're a little bit higher than us in terms of skill. But they're the driver car that feels comfortable, and also you feel quick in it. You're not looking for the fastest. You're looking for something to be comfortable. They took the Lamborghini. They didn't realize how quick it was going to be until literally the first day of sprint practice that people were doing, and the Lamborghini was everywhere. And they went, oh no, what have we done? This is going to be nerfed to oblivion. Well, it did get hit with a second bop. And it didn't really change much, and people were still happy, like, well, the Lamborghini's a little bit slower now, but it's still comfortable. And I think a lot of the teams outside the top split are looking for comfortability. Is that a word? Being more comfortable than they are for just trying to be quick out there. And I think that just goes to show, because the Aston's competitive, the Ford's competitive, the Audi, the grandfather, is competitive out there as well. And we've got a race being led by BMW.
Back in my day, Sonny, we had ourselves only one Evo kit. It's that sort of feeling that we have there when we see the Audi up there and doing an absolutely amazing job as far as it goes. And I love, actually, how when we are talking about balance of performance, iRacing has a really difficult challenge, because this isn't just a balance of performance for top split. Of course, we talk about top split being the all-important thing. It's what everyone with their eyes see on the special event when it comes to the broadcast stream. But you've got all these content creators out there, every single driver and team that's doing their result or their best to go out there and battle. A balance of performance is more than just the top end in an iRacing term. It's also, how do we get as many people driving what they want, or what car they've bought, or what they feel is comfortable to go out there and run with. There is 1,000 different factors that have to be applied as we watch the battle for 23rd between WSR Esports, the number 20 machine, which is currently out there and pushing hard for it here, which is WSR Esports White, and 07 Racing ex-Getail Design here, the Italians here with Alberto Sigolini looking to go for it.
Okay, Jake, I'm just gonna have to put on the actually thing here, because we're not from you, but just in general, because we talk about this, and bop is hard to do, and there's always going to be cars that favor different tracks. Even if you bop a Porsche, it's going to be good on some tracks, despite it's not being used today. Same with other cars. And then I know that we get people that go, oh, well, the bop can't be right because look how fast this car is and everyone's using it. Well, everyone's using it in sprint because they're trying to work out what's the most competitive car. And then people look at the fastest laps and go, that's it. This is an endurance race. You're not looking to do the fastest lap for 617 or so laps. You're looking at finding the car that has the fastest pace in a stint, not the fastest pace in a single lap. So some people will go and go, that car's too fast. Look, everyone's doing it. It's the fastest car by half a tenth. Yeah, but it's the fastest car by half a tenth in a sprint race. It's probably going to be the fastest car by a tenth in the race because they're trying to maximize the best out of their stint times. And that's one thing that people always, I wouldn't say everyone always forgets, but it's one of the things that people have to remember, that we're not looking for out and out pace. when it comes to a single lap. When it comes to the end of the race, yeah, we'll see if that Ferrari does have the legs to get past the BMW. We just don't know at the at this top end of the field. And same with this. Are we going to see the Lamborghini trying to get past the Ferrari? We just don't know. But you've got to get there. And we've had 22 hours to 22 and coming up to 22 hours. And at the moment, it's just shown that pace-wise, these cars have been very balanced. And that's just what we want to see over a long period of racing.
And to that element then, Craig, if you've got a car that is the fastest over a single lap and is looking to be the fastest over a stint, that's why we've got fuel restrictors.
Oh, don't you just love it as well? Because these teams, and I'm not saying this maliciously, I'm saying these teams here, they know how to squeeze every bit of that fuel, that digital fuel, out of these cars. That I would look at this, and they're doing 25, 26 laps out there. I would look at that for myself and I might be able to just do 25 laps. These guys and girls and people do everything they can to get everything out of these tanks of fuel. And that's why we've got this, because there are cars that are going to have bigger fuel tanks. I think the McLaren has an amazing tank out there, but it's just not quick and stable enough to be here. But if you were to go there, you would easily not have to worry about doing super serious fuel saving. And dare we say those famous words, Jake, LICO.
Yeah, lift and coast. And it is really, really important as Diego Fernandes is going to dive into the pits for Thibaut Courtois Esports. And very nice to see them out there and running. Very good real-world program as well over in F4 Spain. So keep that in focus as that's all set. So pass done by 07, which has moved them up over to now the 23rd position, and they're a little ways back, a couple of seconds here as they are behind Jesse Jones, who is one lap down in 14th place. He's got to try and use Jesse Jones now to get to Mate Mihailovic then for Caesar Esports, and I would be looking at this going, yeah, at this phase of the race, 2.5 hours to go, next car up, next car up, next car up. You just got to keep focusing, not on what I can get, what I could potentially get. What's the next car up?
Yeah, you just got to be thinking right now. I think in the middle of the race, you try and work out the cars you're racing around. At this stage of the race, you're thinking about who you're going to get by. And yeah, Jesse Jones, always good to see Jesse out there. I know he's been around the blocks now with Falken, been Falken for a couple, I want to say a year, I want to say maybe a couple years, but just an old dependable driver out there, and he's going to be letting that go. He's also battling. He's 7 seconds away from Team PGZ, sitting in that unlucky 13th. So that Falken Ferrari also looking to, try and make an advantage out there. And I'm just realizing, Jake, remember I was saying there were only 2 cars there? I just need to check. I think I might need to add Falken to my list of teams with the same cars. Yeah, Falken's the third cut team. I've ruined that. Falken's also a team that are both running Ferraris. They've just been so quiet despite dominating. P7 in this field is a very good position, and they've been very quiet out there today. Has the teal and the blue, and well, it's Falken. It had to be teal and blue, didn't it, Jake? I can't see a Falken Sim Racing yellow working, because yellow on that livery? Oh no, it would never work. No,
it would clash a dream, and it would be one where you go, ooh, I'm going to wince at that, and I am going to walk away slightly offended with my cordial. But what I would say is, a result like this for Falken Sim Racing Team has been long overdue.
Oh, I mean, I need to go back and look when the last time we saw them at a very competitive stage. And it's been a while. And how many, yourself, Jay, off the top of your head, how many years have Falken been putting in teams in these sim racing events? It's got to be at least 4 years minimum. But they like the racing team in Germany, they've been around forever, it feels like, on iRacing.
They have, and the key has been that they've had to go through a lot of hard graft to get what they want out of it. It's not quite been what they wanted, and so they're now pulling back in with this new generation, you know, with Damon Woods, with Lewis Woods. They've got James Boumet as part of their stable for this year. You know, you're starting to see more and more fantastic drivers going, yeah, let's give Falken a shot. And it's working really well for them. Speaking of working really well, as we just turned away back to them right now, and there is Lewis Woods, 7th position, just behind Kevin Ellis Jr. Can you believe it? The Scots have coalesced together out there on track here, and Lewis realising in the number 44 car that he needs 5 seconds to catch the 5.
Yeah, at the same time, though, Jay, I don't think there's any any English drivers ahead of them. So the Scots have got one on us once again. They couldn't get us in the football, but they'll get us in the sim racing. But no, it is actually good to see. Well, actually, both of these drivers back racing again. We talked before about the story of Kevin Ellis as a car going into the pits. That's the 100 going to the pits. We talked about the story of Kevin Ellis. You know, joined Drago Racing, was looking to have a fresh start. And then Drago folds. And where's he got to go? He's got to find somewhere, and Novaligio picked him up, and I think he's been pretty happy here at the moment, and you can't blame him. Really good start to this race. Really good start to his career as well for the team. Nicolas Ruba, Ricardo Rico, all of those drivers just putting in the hard work in this race today, putting him in P5 for a really good shot. And remember, they started 8th on the day yesterday. So this is really good to just see that they've actually been that consistent. And I think that's a really good sign. Because you look at the top 10 right now, Jay. 3 cars in the top 10 are where they started the race. 4 of the cars are up single digits. Novaligio up 9 places from 5th in the car in front of this one in the 98. And then there's 2 cars that have lost positions. The top 10 have been really consistent. And then you've got WSR Esports, who managed to make up 17 positions and have just found their way into the top 10. So Novaligio, real good drive here for basically, I would say, their biggest tasks, their biggest challenge since they formed.
Yes, and to get cars 5th and 6th in this race at this phase as a team that is fairly new to the dance, you would go, right, we know they've got talent, we know they're capable of it, but to actually go and execute on a year 1, you know, we're talking about them and Blue Mercure. That's the next generation that's coming up of teams that people are going to go, oh yeah, I want to see what they're all about, and I want to see what they're capable of doing. So I am looking very, very much in at what can be for the future. This number 1 team, Blue Mercure, they really woke up everybody at Daytona to start. They got a big result at Sebring, which was their first win on schedule. And they have just been knocking the door at the big teams and saying, we're a big team and we're picking up big drivers. And I look around and say, when Drago folded, the 2 biggest free agents available, Alexander Spets and Ate Kalpanen. Where are they? They're in that number 1 car for a reason.
They knew something, didn't they? They must have known something. They must have known how important and how big this team could be. And I think a lot of it is just because, again, you go back to it, there's a little bit of a team-friendly atmosphere. I'm not saying that any team's not team-friendly, but that whole idea that we are our own body, so to say. We're not having to rely too much on a manufacturer or an owner. We're basically here doing things ourselves. And I think this allows some of these drivers to almost revigor their passion for sim racing, because some drivers really have started to lose that a little bit. I think the grind, fatigue's going to be there for drivers, and I think the grind has hit some of the drivers, and I think this has just managed to reinvigor. And when was the last time we saw Spets in a GT3? We don't usually see him. He's probably one of the best prototype drivers on the sim. And he was really putting in some decent lap times and decent plans and paces out there when he was in this Aston Martin, which I wasn't expecting him to be that quick. I knew he was going to be quick, but I think he's been the quickest driver in the team when it comes to this Aston.
Yeah, and I think he's done really, really well as far as he has gone. So I think he can be very happy as far as result is going at this stage. Kalpanen looking about 24 seconds off the back of Cooper Webster and Sebastian Job, who, according to you, Craig, might have just turned Austrian.
Yeah. Whoops, It's been a long 24 hours. Do we say that? I think is the best thing to say. Might have just had a small mistake there. All I'm going to say, Jake, is I think you and we've been in the ringer this weekend. It's been a long weekend for a lot of drivers. For a lot of us, actually. Shout out to David Haynes, by the way. 9 straight hours. I know you've done 12 for the Sebring 12, but for 9 straight hours in the night for Spa, what a stint that's been for David. And well, they've given us the baton, and we've got to now run to the end of it. We've got to do the final lap of the 4x400 with it.
Yeah, we get the money stint. We're the ones who get the photos of Usain Bolt running down and saying, look, here's the world record and all the rest of it and all of that, while everyone else has done all the hard yards behind. And no. Everyone's done an amazing job getting this show together for you on what has been a very important week of sim racing out there for many of these teams and the roles and responsibilities that they have had, with 2 hours 28:24 remaining then in this race. So I would be looking at how they set themselves up and go, okay, let's put this in context to where the field was last year, because last year, Craig, we only had 3 cars finish on the lead lap. So even though it is a 1-2, and it could be a 1-2 for Verstappen sim racing for the 3rd consecutive year, this field has got closer.
It really has. I know a lot of it you would say, well, the number 3 had an issue. They had to get some repairs after hitting the wall. Yes, but that could happen to anybody. And all these cars have had issues out there. Look at Sven Hasse having a moment in the puddle at Malmedy at the start, early in the race. Look at some of the drivers having their spins. In fact, also look at Blue Mercure. One of them got spun out at turn 1, at La Source, in the first hour of the race. And they've all managed to fight their way back. And I know the gap is saying, well, Blue Mercure's 2 minutes and a minute behind. Well, okay, fine, but they're here. They're starting to close that gap, which I got to be brutally honest, Jake. I didn't think we would see this. I thought we were going to have a Coanda versus Verstappen sim racing year once again. But things have changed, and now we've got Verstappen on their own, and the other teams are playing catch-up, and they have been doing really well catching up here. And I think a lot of that is just due to the fact there's a lot of opportunities now in sim racing to actually stretch your legs and not just do your normal sprint races, but also get involved in bigger things and bigger money slots.
Yeah, you look here at a driver like Thibaut Prevost, for example, and it's number 33. 9th place at the moment for Blue Mercure. But it's not often we see great racing drivers coming out of Luxembourg. That's a country with what? Just over 100,000 people in it? Cool, catches a bit of a tail slide there, coming off at the final corner, having to work the steering wheel a bit like a carpenter would, out there trying to get through. But this guy's still on the lead lap. This guy is starting to prove what he's made of and what that 33 team is all about. And you look at this 33 team, Thibaut Prevost, Corentin Lassine, Maxence Godinho, Emanuele Olivieri, and Andrea Bristow. That is a 5-driver team in an era where we talk about teams being 3 or 4 max for 24 hours.
For 5 drivers, sounds like something that I would put my team with. We need to spread it out because, again, you look at this. This isn't real world racing. In real world racing, you're staying up, you're doing little power naps in the garage, or just going to the trailer around the back and trying to get a little power nap. Well, we've got the ability that we've got a bed right beside us or near us in some cases, and you're able to just get some sleep. But if you've got a team of 4 drivers, 3 drivers, you're really having to just stretch that out, and that brings in fatigue. 5 drivers, fantastic, because then you can basically say, right, at least 2 of you can do the night stint. The rest of us can go get some sleep. I know that sounds rude, but if I'm a driver and I want to do a 24-hour race, I want to make sure there's at least 2 drivers from the other end, at the other side of the world, to give us an ability so we can get a bit of rest, because, well, they don't want to be racing in the middle of their night. We don't want to be racing in the middle of our night. So let's try and make it easier. So 5-team car, brilliant. But they are all European as well, so give or take. So they are all European. That's just going to cause a little bit of an issue in terms of time, and someone's going to be burning the midnight oil. And going back to what we started the broadcast, Jake, some of them will definitely be having their energy drinks.
And I just want to put this into perspective as well for teams that are fully European and want to come out and do these special events and these runs for 24 hours, 12 hours, what have you. The fact that you've got almost one a month on the iRacing special event calendar, you know, Daytona, Bathurst, Sebring, Nürburgring, you know, you got Watkins Glen 6 hour, you've got Spa, you've got Fuji that will be coming up, you've got all of this that is coming through and saying, right, at least once a month, you've got to commit yourself to all of these events. I think we are really seeing here that teams are having to ask their drivers, imagine every 4 weeks, you got to go and do it and you got to do well. On top of it, you sacrifice the weekend, maybe a day after that because you're really tired because of all the exertion that you've done. And most of these people will have to go back to their job and go, right, now I've got to go and do this. It's only really the top, 1%, 2% of sim racers that actively make a living out of this.
I'm just going to say I'm glad that my job that I wake up early in the morning to do allows me to basically go when I used to do these 24-hour races. Yeah, I'll do the morning stint. What time did you need me up? 4 o'clock in the morning? Yeah, that's a normal work day for me. But for other drivers, that's not the case, and they have to just learn that. And you look at the schedule. Spa 24. Quite a bit of a gap now until like a big long race. The 6 Hours of Road America will be coming up at the end of the month, but that's not exactly a long race, a particularly demanding race. That's a two-driver car that you will put into the 6 hours. And then you look around Portimao 1000. That's going to be a single or a team driver event. That's nothing big. Suzuka 1000 comes in September, and then literally the week after the Suzuka 1000, you've got the Brit Car 24, and then the week after the Brit Car 24. You've got, in my opinion, the biggest ending to a season. You've got Petit Le Mans. We talk about that start of the season, Daytona, Bathurst, Sebring, and you look at this now in September. That is a very tough schedule for anybody. Suzuka 1000 is going to be, about an 8 to 10 hour race. Brit Car 24 is a 24 hour race, because that's what it says in the name. Petit Le Mans is our iconic 10-hour race. That is quite a schedule, and don't be surprised if we don't see every team doing all three of those. And if they do, remember that video where that documentary when they talked about doing the Nürburgring 24 the week before the Le Mans 24? It's going to be like that. A lot of energy is going to be put in.
Yeah, and with that energy that you have to expend, you have to start picking and choosing your events a little bit and saying, well, what are you putting in? For example, you look at the car balance combination here from some of the teams and you go, well, okay, we haven't seen we've seen one Porsche up there in top split. And you go, well, what's the driving responsibility of the teams? I turn around and look at Porsche Coanda and go, Porsche Coanda don't want to split their resources out there and go and run in this event. And it's why we have seen things like, okay, Verstappen Sim Racing isn't going to want to run, for example, Bathurst 12 hour because they're too busy focusing on the IndyCar Championship. I think more teams are turning around and going, right, what do we actively want to target instead of let's do everything under the sun?
You talk about Coanda, and remember, Coanda had a bazillion drivers in Porsche Cup North America yesterday, and you were on the call for. And this isn't the first time we've had a Porsche Cup race, a Porsche Super Cup esports race on the same weekend of a special event endurance race. We've had that before with PESC, and we've had that before, and drivers have had to basically have the teams that allow one of them to just hop off for an hour or two, do that race, and come back. Well, because it's the American leg this week, there's a lot of Americans, and as I was saying, a bazillion. You got the idea. Loads of Coanda drivers in that race, so they wouldn't have been able to put out a competitive team. And why? Why do it then if you can't? I don't blame them for that reason. And I think if the shoe was on the other foot and we had a European round of the Porsche Cup, I think we may have seen that as well. We may have seen a little bit of a different layout for some of these teams, because you know that some of these drivers are competing in that Porsche Cup Series that would love to do it. And then just comes the issue that you have to put all your eggs into one basket. You can't spread the eggs out. because your baskets are too small. You have to use the big basket. And I think that's what we're starting to see with the teams. It's almost, I would go to that, Jake, the golf mentality. Or basically what Novak Djokovic is doing nowadays in tennis. I'll pick when I want to race. I think some of these teams are starting to realize they can't put to everything nowadays. They have to pick and choose. And it's such a big schedule now for the special events calendar. I love that. But if you want to try and do everything, you're going to find yourself very exhausted.
And a perfect time to go to that car in 17th position of Capybara Racing Team, because if we're talking drivers who are in Porsche Americas, Louis Schirmer was one of those drivers who was competing. Also in the car, Francisco Camillo, another driver who was competing and has done 204 laps in this race, plus a half an hour's sprint in Porsche. So I think you're looking around at the team and go, okay, well, how do you manage that? You're without half the team for about an hour's worth of time. So Diego Nervi and Gabriel Paiva, they had to stand up, but Capybara are now going to have to stand up and look behind, because here comes BMW M-Team Burasud plus competition. Bradley Leonard gets by, makes the place in the BMW, moves the team up to 17th and goes, yeah, good pass, easy pass, what we needed with 2:18 on the clock. And I am shocked to see Burasud as a team in this race 15th and 18th at 1 and 2 laps down. That to me is not what they are 100% capable of. I think they are challengers to those teams at the very top, and it's just not been their 24.
It's not been their 24, and you look at this 89 at the front here. I think a lot of that also comes down to that qualifying time. And for those that weren't here at the start of the race, there was rain before the race, before the session opened, which meant there was a little bit of water on the track, and the puddles stayed. After the practice session, the puddles stayed, and qualifying was on a dry track. It was dry enough for slicks, but every curb had water. And you don't want to go over water when you're trying to flat out. And to give you an idea, all these teams at the moment are basically lapping the same or faster than what their qualifying times were, because they had to compromise their lines. And I wonder if that just caused a bit of an issue, because you look at some of these teams, you look at their other car, the 189, they're in 27th place. They've made 26 places up. You look at this 89, they've made 22 places up. That says to me they've had to fight to get there over not having the pace, because they've had to go into this, make up moves at the start of the race. The moment you start to make up moves, Jake, you get 10 positions. Well done, you've made 10 positions, but you're 20, 30 seconds behind the leaders. How are you going to claw that back? You need a miracle, and I think that's a lot of the issue. I don't think it's the pace issue, per se. I think it is just they got caught out with the start of the race.
43 cars are still out there and running at this moment in time, which does include RC Car Shop Esports, who are a full 282 laps down off the lead. They have a chance. They have a chance. They're probably going to run out of laps in terms of time to go and get back what they want, but they're trying to get ahead of RDV Competición Unité, and they need about 65 laps to make that happen, and they want to say that they have finished this race after all the dramas that they have been through. But you can't even say with the positions gained that it's all down to attrition, as we've seen at a number of races over the course of this year, because let's be honest, we started with 59 cars, we've only lost 16, 17 out there. That's not masses compared to where we've seen at some circuits a 50% attrition rate.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday, and some drivers, you know, they will go, well, we've had a crash, let's just call it a day. I think with the way this track is, with how wide, how big, how long this track is, it gives you the ability to start looking around and seeing, well, if we can't get a win, is there chances for us to get a top 10, a top 20? A top 20 in this field is still an achievement for some of these cars, some of these drivers. And you look around, yes, you're not battling for these lead positions out here, but you can still get a name there. And especially with some of these teams, we go back to how we got the top dogs here at the top of the field. These cars at the bottom, well, they're trying to make a name for themselves, and their drivers trying to make a name for themselves as well. So if some of these lower teams could get to a top 20, you get some eyes put on you there for a moment, and you're starting to get teams that would be like, look, if it doesn't work out, here's our business card. Come and call us. we'll see if we can fit you into one of our teams. I think that could be one of the things. So there's still a lot to play for here. Bragging rights and also just showing your worth and showing your mettle that you deserve to be in a car that someday could mingle with these two at the front. Not saying all the time, but you could be seeing that you could be in a train with the two Verstappen sim racing cars and just watching them go for their bump draft. So that's what it's all to play for.
And look, when cars are bump drafting on the straights and they are pushing forward and they are saying, right, I am going to make us go slightly faster instead of using the overtake. I'm going to push on the back and make the tandem go quicker. Yeah, it's an Americanized concept. Yeah, it's not something that you normally see in European-style road racing here, but the fact that we're here on iRacing, the fact that lots of different racing cultures within iRacing come together and form what you have, it creates uniqueness out there. It creates this feeling of, oh, but that can work, and it can work on the road courses. And, well, if it works once, then it can work, well, at least 562 times out there to make it work each and every single lap up the Kemmel Straight. So I turn around and go, it's not just a case of, oh, okay, I don't like it because they're bum drafting and it's pulling me to victory here, and the other teams aren't getting the same luxury of doing that because they're not teammates, rah, 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 rah. I think you're turning around and looking at it is the fact that they can bump and they can safely and effectively bump almost each and every single lap. That is just the level that you have to be at to go and succeed. And if it wasn't for the risk factor out there in the real world, you'd see it in the real world as well.
And that's why in the real world, you've got some series that actually ban it. I know the Mazdas, they do that. I know that's just the Mazdas, but it's still real world racing. It's quite a popular series. So there are series that just don't encourage it because things can happen. And the wrong push can upset a car and cause a big accident. We don't have that issue here where an accident would cause quite a bit of injury. I mean, accidents can cause injuries on the sim. That's why you never hit a stationary car, because they might be holding a direct drive wheel. So you have to do that you have to find every nook and cranny to get the advantage of. And you talk about cars that are trying something different and seeing if it works. Grid and Go did try something yesterday, Jake. They tried to do this really weird pitch strategy, and I go back to it, couldn't work it out. Undercutting, they were trying to do what Verstappen sim racing is doing right now, have two of their cars in the lead of the race, work with one another. It was working until Sven hit a puddle and lost control, and they were still trying to work together. That strategy, though, this alternate strategy they're working on, hasn't paid off as much as I think it was. And I remember Sean Campbell going to me saying, do you want to know what our strategy is? And I'm like, no, because we need to work it out. And we're 2 hours and 11 minutes to go. I still haven't worked out what their strategy is, other than they are P4 at the moment with the 002. And that strategy obviously did not work. Ooh. But if you've got to try something, you've got to try something.
Capivara will lose that one out then, the 54, as Maniti Racing Red takes advantage at Fagna of a Ferrari running through the gravel trap, and that's how quickly place can be lost here at the circuit Spa-Francorchamps. The leaders out there are pretty much all very, very happy about what they are getting themselves through and doing, because they'll be happy with their lap times, 2:69 and a 2:17 flat on that last run around. They are currently running here compared to Blue Mercure even times. Dino Lombardi, though, fastest on that last lap by a full 0.7 of a second, but that will be the indication of tyres weren't taken at the last stop, so there are going to be differences in that regard. But I would also be keeping a very, very close eye on what they're eyeing up, what they're capable of going out there to doing, and saying, look, here we are. And we were keeping a little eye on there at those two Scots in 6th and 7th position, that gap being 5 seconds as our focus is a little bit further down the order. Suddenly, that doesn't look like 5 seconds. That doesn't even look like 1.
It's 7/10, so close enough. But yeah, this has been a real good drive from Lewis Woods here. Kevin, I don't know if he's had a bad run with traffic or what, but he was over half a second slower last time in the Falken Sim Racing blue car here. So I wonder if he just hadn't had the time. And now we get to see what this old girl, well, I'm talking about the Audi here, what this old girl can do against the might of a modern day car in the Ferrari. Going to be interested to see what he can do, but give credit, Jay, you know yourself, this Audi still competitive in the real world. You look at Thailand Super Series, a couple Audis there just doing their work out there, around there. So just because it's the older car, you see it nowadays with the Lexus in the real world, doesn't matter what the age is, it still has the ability to perform. And this Audi, look at it, you've got both Novaligios in an Audi at the front of the field in 5th and 6th. Might be 5th and 7th though, because Lewis Woods really is charging on Kevin Ellis. I wonder what's happened to Kevin.
I think it's just that he's on a different tyre strategy personally, and so he's there in the 217.2s and managing his stint, and Benedict Vida's in the same boat. He did a 17.4 on his last lap, so I think the Audis right now are in tyre safe mode and are just trying to bring themselves in. There you can see last laps on the timing tower on the left-hand side, and everyone in the 16s to 17s, but the biggest drivers out there gaining time, Dino Lombardi and Lewis Woods. Hello, Lewis Woods, says Lewis Woods over to Kevin Ellis Jr. Or, hello, my name is Lewis Woods. I would quite like to get through. I quite want to be the one who jumps up on top and gains the placement. We'll see how that goes up the Kemmel Straight, because they've got to go through here towards Eau Rouge, the Red River corner, and then Radion, which is the right. So you go through the left, through Radion, and then up through the left to turn 4, onto the Kemmel Straight to go and charge for your next attempt at making a move up at Lake Coon.
And up the hill, up the Kemmel Straight they go. And if you've never been here, this is steeper than you realise when you're up on this hit, when you're going up this Kemmel Straight. And then it flattens out as you go up through Lacombe, sorry, just then flattens out here through Malmedy. Then you go down the hill with the trees to the right. Fantastic vantage point in to Brussels as Lewis continues to push on hard. And yeah, look at the banking you'll see just to the left here. So much vantage points for fans to watch around here as you start to go down the hill. You've hit the tippy top of the hill. Now you start to look down as you go down into the double gauche corner, and Lewis is so close to Ellis's car there. At one point, I think he was looking to make a move down into double gauche, but he thought differently about it, and into Lafayette they go, there's the dive, that's a bit too late, and they do make contact.
Oh, Kevin Ellis Jr. fighting hard there. It was like watching an octopus in a blender trying to go through. It was just all arms and limbs everywhere, trying to just keep that one pointed in a straight line. And guess what? He did, but he won't be appreciative of the way Lewis Woods has made that move. That was, I would say, a last 15-minute pass with 2 hours and 7 to go.
Lewis realises he's got the fresher tyres, and I wonder if that's also just a factor that, hey, I need to get going. I need to make advantage of these tyres. Otherwise, you're going to get a jump on us. You're going to need to take tyres anyway, but we might not be able to take these tyres to the end. 34 Celsius is the track temp, and yeah, you took tyres last time, but you'll be taking tyres shortly, and 2 hours to go? If you're trying to triple stint these tyres, you're going to do nothing but 17s for the rest of the race, and that's not what Lewis wants to do. That's not what anybody wants to do. So that looked to me like a desperation move of, I need to start to make an advantage here, but a little bit of a civil war there, I think, by the Scots, but no civil war here. It's Capivara and Maniti. Well, Maniti's got a little bit of help in front of him with a fellow Maniti Lamborghini, and that is the 781 down in 33rd place, which is the 781 Maniti car.
Yeah, so 2 Manitis together. XPD Racing GT3 SimLab 1 have come in and made their stop. They're a little bit short. They're about 5 minutes short of what they need. The team of Ivan Vargas, Arno Mas, Carlos Bozapuya, Alvaro Sanguino, and Nicolas Telis. Then the 5 there, 4 from Spain, 1 from the old world of Argentina, which will be a semi-final in the World Cup for those who weren't watching last night. But for the moment, Maniti Racing Red are eyeing this as, right, can I get myself a way to run away out there at this point? Patrick Kessel, the driver directly in front, the driver who won the MEA region in Porsche Esports Super Cup regionals last night.
more Porsche Cup drivers that we're talking about as well. I know Sean Campbell was there as well, as on goes the move by Capavaria, and Schmermer just going to get that. And that was a bit more cleaner into Lafagna than what we saw with the two Scots going on. And I wonder if that 782 was, if Dan Howell was looking to use his teammate as an advantage, just did not work there for him, and just did not have the legs. And you look back at it again, and this is another story. The fresher tyres. They took the tyres last time out. The tyres are fresher. This Maniti Racing Red does not have that grip anymore. And tyre degradation is something we've not had to talk about for a while, Jake, when it comes to special events. First special event, first Spa 24, and I want to say 4 years that we've had the ability to have tyres and fuel separate. And it has brought a little bit of a different strategy to the game, and I'm loving it. I'm so happy to see the old fuel strategy back in.
Yes, because we're seeing differences now on how you're going to go about your race. How are you going to manage it? Are you just going to do a fuel stint? Are you going to have to go a little bit longer and sacrifice the track position? Are you in consensus with everyone else around you? Or is someone going to pull a rabbit out of the hat and make something different work? So there's a lot of different facets to it that you've got to try and put together, and there aren't really any consensus runs at the moment. Everyone thinks they know, but until you find out alongside everybody else that your strategy works, what happens when it doesn't? That's where we've been looking around. 07 Racing here, the number 77 in red. Very odd to see a 07 Racing car that is not in green out there. This is Andrea Frasinetti looking to battle with the car in front, which is in 22nd and 2 laps down. Gabriel Adelyi there for WSR Esports White. It's more rather that you've got Zenith Racing here behind Jesse Jones's Falken Sim Racing Team Teal car in 12th position overall. Raul Pellicero then trying to get Zenith up the order, and I do love Zenith as a team. They came up on the scene about 7 or 8 years ago. They still have some really, really good, strong drivers in their lineup. I look around and see what the number 12 team have got here today. So they've got Raul Pellicero, Sergio Inatio, Javi Sierra as well. That's their 3. But they got drivers like Jaime Dalmases, for example, lightning fast in an MX-5. So I think that Zenith are a little bit more tailored. I don't think they're naturally a GT team, but I still think they're a really, really good team.
If Jaime could actually transfer that Mazda's ability to another car, he'd be dangerous. He is one of the best Mazda drivers in the sim, just in general. Just a fantastic driver, and Zenith able to just have him there. And again, you look at it, they're competitive, but they're not at the tippy top of being super serious. They're still here to race and have that competition. They're happy where they are, doing really well. And interesting little group here, though, Jake, because you've got this battle we're seeing here for 38th place. In the middle of them is Jesse Jones. Right behind them is Clint Gladsky for Fiercely Forward Pink. So you've got a battle for 12 in the middle of a battle for 38th place. And I don't really think anybody's looking to try and be aggressive right now, because they're all happy with a minute to go before the top of the hour to just keep hitting their marks so they get that fuel stop. Then I think when they pit, if they all come out and they all take tyres, which some of these drivers have already taken them, some haven't, we might see a little bit more racing.
Do you think Klim Galitsky is happy knowing that he's just pushed 0.4 of a second quicker on that last lap compared to the driver he's battling there in front of him in the form of Jesse Jones? Do you think that he's looking at this going, I could really do with Raul Pellicero getting out of my way?
I don't think he will, on the grounds that he also knows that Jesse didn't take tyres last time. So, and I think a lot of that time lost was not just because of tyre deg, but also Jesse letting some of these cars go by because he just doesn't have the pace at the moment. You look at that 77, they did take tyres last time, Jesse didn't. So I think a lot of it is just, I'm just letting you drive and I'm just going to see what I can do with these tyres. And you look at the 12 there, Zenith, they took tyres as well. So I don't think Clem's going to be too upset because he knows in a lap or two, that Falken Sim Racing Teal is going to be pitting, and they will have to take tyres. There is no buts about that. They have to take tyres because they cannot keep going on this pace with these used tyres for so long.
1 hour, 59 minutes, 43 seconds remaining on the clock. Our focus on 38th and 39th at this moment, split by 9/10 of a second. Pellicero allows Klim Galitsky to make the pass behind into the final chicane, what used to be a bus stop chicane, which ultimately now isn't, and it's just the final chicane out there on track, which does actually hold a really, really cool distinction of extending this circuit out from what was at the time a 6.9 kilometre circuit to a 7 kilometre and 4 metre circuit, which means this circuit needs special dispensation from the FIA to run at an FIA Grade 1 licence because the track is too long.
Oh, yeah, but I don't like that. The track is too long. No, this is what we want to see. This is the sort of track we love to see. It's got the history, and I'm just going to say it, Jake. It is a crime that they've decided this track can't be on the schedule every year in Formula One. That's why if you want to see some racing, you go to somewhere else. And I say that all the time, Jake, because not just due to cost, but also just due to the enjoyment. Would you rather sit in a seat that you're told you have to sit in, watch 3 different support races, and then a motorsport, the F1? Or would you like to pay a ticket that you can go anywhere on the track, watch a couple support races, and the main race that is going to probably go on for a couple hours longer than that F1 race? What would you rather do?
Well, let me phrase it to you like this. Is this the first time ever that Spa has had to go on rotation in Formula One in its career?
Now, you're the expert here, and if you've asked me that question, I'm not going to fall for your tricks, Mr. Quizmaster. No, this isn't the first time, is it?
No, it's not, because it did go on rotation with Zolder back in the years, in the 1970s. The circuit has been boycotted before in the past for things like the Suez Canal fuel crisis, believe it or not, for things such as the safety record of this track and all of the needs to put the repairs in onto this circuit to take it from what it was as a large circuit into the 7-kilometre circuit that we have now. So I turn around to you and say, this isn't uncharted waters for the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. It has had to be on rotation before. Does everybody like it? No. Should it still be on the calendar? In most people's minds, yes. But let's be honest here. Every single circuit that goes on a calendar in any series is a spoke on the wheel. And no one spoke on the wheel is so integral to a series as we get the likes of Benedek Vida coming in and pitting. No one spoke on the wheel is so integral to a series that, it can't be replaced in any way, shape or form, or go on rotation and go in and out and in and out. So I turn around and look at it and go, you know what? It's not the end of the world. Because we will still see Spa in some way, shape or form going at it, and we will revere it and we will love it more. Like, there was a huge time, let's say, for example, that, Silverstone was on rotation all throughout the 1970s with Brands Hatch, let's say. It was on rotation in the 1950s with Aintree. No circuit is safe to rotation, and no circuit, I think, is a 100% lock in the world of motorsport, because the one thing you've got to know about forever is there never is a forever, and there always will be an end for something.
Unfortunately, there will always be around. Just a quick side note there, Benedictita getting out the car. Happy birthday, by the way. I think that's your day done in the sim. You can now enjoy your day ahead. But no, nothing is certain, of course. But I think there's a lot of displeasure that you get these places that are street circuits that are getting the money to just make tracks, and I think that's a lot of the displeasure nowadays in the side of Formula One, where we're having to lose a track not because of the main factor of, well, we've paid for this city to just make a street track. I'm not against street tracks. I'm not saying that. But how many is too many? Spa's fine because it's the only track that really is just super long, super high speed. There's nothing else out there that comes close to Spa. It's got its uniqueness. It's the same with Monaco. So it has that unique feeling to it. And I think that's what some of the fans are upset that they're losing when you lose this track and go to a little city street track in Barcelona or whatever. Sorry to anyone in Spain. The move goes on here. And Grid Go is going to get this done. And that is also going to be a case of SDR with no tyres.
Yeah, nice pass then. Noah Adair getting past Miguel San Martin for SDR Sim Racing. And so, very nice pass then as the Argentine loses out that 9th place and will be looking behind at the car in 11th. It's currently the Blue Mercure 33 as the Blue Mercure number 1. They take Ate Kalpanen out the car. They go back to the Greek driver Vasilios Belletsiotis now to take the stint. And you would argue any driver change from this point onwards here, Craig, is the drive to home.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I don't think anyone would like to play a lot of time here because it's a cooler day here today in Europe, though, Jake. But it's still hot out there. And what's happened here to the 189? Oh, a little bit of a tap. They were a bit wide. Oh, and that's one of the Maniti cars. Yeah, that's a big tap. He got loose there going through double caution, looked like.
Wow, that 189 pretty much sums up the day here for Bursa plus Hybrid. So trying to carry the speed off the exit. So you get the one bit of contact, and then the speed decreases, and then the second car goes in because they're not expecting to see it, and suddenly everyone's in the domino effect, and that... Oh, Tobias Pashko's not going to be a very happy driver about that, and ultimately, a hit like that just does so much damage to the confidence, because you've done 22 hours worth of running, and then you get that. It was Patrick Kessel who was trying to get to the inside with the contact, and then Louis Schirmer basically set the chain reaction going. Nightmare stuff. Not what you want to see with 2 hours to go.
Yeah, those were cars battling one another, and then you had the Capivara team who was trying to catch back up to everything that was going on in front after having to take tyres, and that's so unfortunate for all parties involved. And yeah, that hybrid car did get back into the pits, but they were very much on the crab and having to just make some avoidance there of everyone going around us. More teams making moves, and this is where we start to see these different strategies. And I think we have to address the elephant in the room, Jake, with so many teams on tyres or no tyres on the last pit stop. Realistically, if you're not taking tyres this pit stop, then you're doing a tyre stop at the end of the race, and that means you've got to find 20 seconds. And I think we're in that window now that the teams have to make the call. Do you take a tyres now and go for a double, or do you not? Well, I'll tell you what the answer for the 002 Grid & Go Sim Racing is. They decided they're not taking tyres. So they're either going to have to triple stint these tyres, or they're going to have to take a tyres on the final stop, and that could have implications for them trying to battle for the podium. These cars as well, TCE Sports Grid & Go, well, what were they doing earlier? Well, they both took tyres. So much so that Grid & Go was a little bit longer in the pit, so they probably won't be taking tyres the next stop. But what will that mean for the final stop?
Right, and I also want to talk, as we watch Thibaut Courtois eSports and GridandGo.com, I want to talk leaders for a second, because all of a sudden that gap has ballooned from half a second to 1.5 seconds, and that's not for a mistake. That is for Cooper Webster in the 216.9s and Sebastian Job in the 216.5s. I don't think Cooper Webster is losing any pace. I think that Sebastian Job has been saving the tyre. He's got to the final 3-4 laps of his stint, and he's gone, right, can you hang? I'm going to turn up the wick. If you've been using that tyre properly, you'll have the ability to stay with.
And I think that could be it. And I think Sebastian has started to utilise that extra gear that he's got because he's been playing it safe, because he's been playing it calm. And this is one of the things I circled in earlier in the day. When you look at the team in that number 3 car, 2 of the drivers here for the last 2 wins in this car, and then they pick up who? They pick up Sebastian Joe, and then they also pick up Luke McCone. What a duo to pick up to help get another victory in this number 3 car. And I think that this is what they got Sebastian in for. Look at what he's doing right now. He's finding that capability in the hot attempts, and it's an art. Driving in the hot attempts is an art. Here they both go into the pits. Well, I say both into the pits. They do go now. This is going to be interesting with an hour 49 to go. My money gamble responsibly, is on both of these cars taking tyres. But the key thing, that number 3 has to go all the way to the bottom of the line. And that number 4, well, there's about 5 grid boxes before them.
So, Sebastian Job and Cooper Webster, the question will be, are they going to stay in or are they going to now start changing? Florian Lebigre and Luke McEwen have the ability to jump into the car for BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing 3. At Verstappen Sim Racing 4, it's a question of whether Sam Keitel gets into the car, the Dutchman, or not. They don't have Eduardo Leo, they don't have Gustavo Ariel that they can go to. Now, there is traffic on the exit of the pits as Chris Shorter for Impulse Racing by Tam Livery leaves. And so now, question's going to be, are we seeing driver changes? Well, we are going to in the 3, and we are going to in the 4. So Luke McEwen is going to jump into the car here for BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing. And as we expected, Sam Keitel in at the 4. These two will have 2 hours to decide whether it is going to be a 4th consecutive BMW victory, Craig, here at Spa, which I think is another thing that's quite unheralded in sim racing spec, or whether it will be Ferrari as a manufacturer's day in the sunshine.
Yeah, it would be three races, 3 years in a row for this BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing. The last 2 times, of course, as Redline. 2023 BMW Bank won. It was a different team. Of course, we know who they were. So this could be quite interesting at the end of this race. And of course, you can see both teams taking tyres. They're going to take these tyres now for the next 1 hour, 47 minutes and 49 seconds. And straight away, Luke is out quicker. Keep the tyres clean over this ridge. Thankfully, last year we saw a lot of incidents over this ridge on cold tyres. We've only seen a couple, but that's a big gap. That's 5 seconds gap.
Wow, Luke McEwen has just stolen a march on Sam Keitel, and I wonder again if they have taken the short stop quickly.
I don't think so. They were in the box at about the same time. Something must have happened to that number 4. It was in the box for 5 seconds longer. That's unheralded for why you'd be in the box for 5 seconds longer. Was there an issue? Were they actually with less fuel? That could be, but 5 seconds, that would be almost that'd almost be a lap of fuel that they've just had to put in extra. So I think something's happened there, that the number 4's had some damage or something they've had to fix, because you don't have that much time, Jake, on the field. That's very surprising. Something has happened in that car.
I don't see anything for damage. I don't. I just don't. I haven't seen anything on the car move. I haven't seen a panel go anywhere. They've gone up, they took tyres, and they put it down and said, let's go. And ultimately, as far as it went, they should have been, in the way that they went to their stop, up on the jacks at a pretty similar time. And so the only thing I can think of as they did their driver changes is they did their driver changes. When did they go on the jacks? Did they or didn't they? And I'm looking at Luke McEwen here. As far as that stop went, it's pretty similar in terms of what they have lined that up together with. I think this is a very different race now that we are seeing, and there was a hole for the Sam Keitel after he came down off of the jacks before he went. So there might be an element of that they're looking at here and trying to go quick, get to the red line street or the Verstappen street.
Anyone got the Batman noise? To the Verstappen stream. We will look at that. I don't know who did the best sound noise there, but answers on a postcard, ladies and gentlemen. Who was the best voice there, but the best noise there? But this has changed things, because now you're asking Sam to find 6 seconds in an hour and 45 minutes. Now, if this was, again, your run-of-the-mill 10th split with a 2K driver and a 3K driver, yeah, that's doable. This is two of the top drivers, 2 of the top cars, and arguably, you could say, Jake, the best GT3 team on iRacing. I don't think that's going to be achievable. That's a big gap. And now it is just hit your marks and don't worry too much. I think this could just be the straw that breaks the camel's back here.
It very much could. A stop of 5 seconds longer for Verstappen Sim Racing with some Kaita there. That could be all she wrote in terms of chasing that down, but this is going to have to be a big old stint now to go and gather this back, because you don't just take 6 seconds lightly on the same strategy. This is going to be all about work. It's going to be about dedication. Are you going to find what gets you exactly what you need at the end of this result or not? And so, Luke McEwen, as he has done many a time before in sim racing circles, as he has known what he's capable of doing, this guy is a closer, and this guy doesn't do pressure.
Pressure? What's that? Is he trying to be his best Aroldis Chapman? Is he going to be his best, what was the name of the Yankees pitcher? I should know that, man. Mo. Is he going to be like Rivera? Mariano Rivera, thank you. Yeah, Mo, as they called him. You know, is he going to be the closer? Is he going to do, once again, get this car to the end? And you've got to give it off to him, though. Again, Sebastian Joe, a brilliant stint there to just set the car up, handed the baton over and said, okay, you can go. This has put a lot of pressure on the number 4 for Sam. He's got to now try and find this. And again, I just can't see him finding 6 seconds in an hour and 43 minutes. That would be the equivalent. Well, look, they're what? 40 laps to go, there or thereabout. 40 laps to go, 6 seconds. You do the maths. That's about 4/10 a lap. That's big. This battle is quite still significant, because this is the 4/10 we were talking about. The Caesar Esports still holding to this battle for 23rd on WSR. It has been an up and down race for the entirety of WSR, because they lost their brethren at the start of the race. It was not the first retiree, but it was the first car that we circled in going, that car's retired. They stayed in the pits for a couple hours, but then decided enough was enough and called it. But what can Enzo Tavani do to hold off the Caesar Esports 26? But Mate is actually pushing on right now. And this is also another story of tyres, Jake. Caesar Esports did take tyres on the last stop.
They very much did. Mate Mihailovic then is going for it. Oh, it's going to get close into the final chicane then. Not close enough to make that pass, but enough to worry there the the left rear quarter panel of that WSR Esports white number 20. Both of them started this race 48th and 37th respectively. They are 22nd and 23rd and 24th right now. So that is 25 and 13 places gained, averaging, 14 places each over the course of this run. 14.28 in terms of I'll correct myself, 38 places. So they've averaged 19 places gained each over the course of this race.
And WSR technically the hardest charger. 25 positions moved. That was an interesting situation. You're going to try to go around the outside there. Don't get hit now. That's the last thing you want to do. Side by side, they go through Lecombe. And it holds onto it, does Enzo, but the over-under's going to work it, pushing him to the grass, pushing him to say you're going to have to take the tight line through Brussels, and around the outside, the Barney will go, and they do still keep bumping there. Well, it's not DTM this week, lads. It's the Spa 24. Just calm down a little bit.
I look at that from Caesar Esports. That is a masterclass of the over-under. And everyone talks about, you got to do the over-under to get the move. The over-under, the over-under, the over-under. And there will be certain drivers that go out there, Craig, try the over-under and go, it doesn't work. I can't get a run on what is the tried and tested racing line. But you look at that from Mate Mihailovic. Yeah, there was a bit of elbows out, but he had to try the outside. It didn't work. And then the way that he got so narrow over the top of Malmedy corner to get that over-under, chef's kiss.
I mean, you're always told when you learn how to drive around here, that Lecombe Malmedy section, you compromise the exit of Lecombe so you can then open up into Malmedy. And he opened up and then some with the over-under. It was absolutely textbook. And then, yes, you've got to say that Enzo had to go on the defense there, pushed him a bit too much onto close to the grass. He wasn't intending to be that much onto the grass or that much close to the grass, but he had to put some defense up there. He was trying to put the fight up because he also knows, again, they pitted last time. That car that WSR have didn't take tyres, and these are fresh tyres that are up into the optimal window right now that the 26 has. And Sage Esports just managed to play a blinder, and can we get to see more people making moves here? Because this is Sean Campbell in the Grid and Go Esports car. Diego Fernandez goes into the pit. Sean took tyres last time. Diego for TC Esports didn't, I think. So that could be interesting. Will they take tyres this time?
Well, can they is the question, and the answer to that then is, of course they can. Anyone can take tyres whenever they want. Do they want to, I think, is the more important question here. And Sean Campbell, on the back of a 4th place in Porsche Esports Super Cup Regionals Americas, will be turning around, looking behind, and going, okay, for a car that started 5th, a lap down, comfortably a lap down, 14th, strategy didn't work. I turn around and go, if Grid and Go wanted their strategy to work, with the number of cars they have, I turn around and say this to them. At any time a car goes a lap down, use the lap car to help you with the slipstream if that's the goal you're going to go for.
And I think they were trying to do that earlier, and it just wasn't paying off for them. And I wonder if it has just strategy been thrown out the window. I know we're talking a little bit of Grid and Go not getting the result they would like here, but you still got 3 Grid and Go cars in the top 15 of the race, and they came into this with 4 cars, and the other one is already retired. So they've got a real good success rate here when you talk about teams that have put out more than 3 or more cars. Real good success rate. But for Sean, he would just love it if he could just find some more time. 9 seconds up the road as the Falken Sim Racing Teal, but both teams took tyres last time. That's going to be tough to try and catch up to that car right now. We were talking about how tough it was to find 6 tenths for the Verstappen Sim Racing 4. You got to find, well, not 6 tenths, 6 seconds. 9 seconds for Sean in an hour and a half. Yeah, that's not really going to happen right now. And I do wonder if this is just their final position right now, and Sean is just there to get it home.
Yeah. So getting it home, I think, is going to be really, really important now. And so let's go and just get the finish. The result is the most important thing. Everything else will come around the other way. And I'm looking at Luke McEwen here to Sam Keiter. That gap's not going in, it's going out. It's nearly 7 seconds now. I think this might be a case of let's just bring the result home.
Let's bring the result home. Let's just hope that we hold off with this 1-2. Anything can still happen. I do know that I think the Blue Mercure car has been pushing hard. I've been just scouring around in the virtual pit lane, as they say, and just trying to get the information. But that Blue Mercure really pushing hard in P3, not to win the race. They're 25 seconds behind. But a lot of their issue right now for Blue Mercure is they're 3 seconds off the pit strategy. 3 laps off the pit strategy. They're looking to really start to be aggressive, because they know if they don't get those 3 laps, that they're going to be losing out to that P3 to the Grid and Go 002. So some teams are still having to look to be aggressive out here, because they know that they have the issue of fuel right now. Sulpet position, probably don't need to worry too much about the fuel right here, the number 7, but they do have that 782 right behind them who is battling. So they've got cars they can work with, but for the likes of Blue Mercure, they've got no one to work with. And the like of these 4, everybody work together. It's the buddy system.
The buddy system. Find a partner, do not separate from your buddy. And Maniti Racing Black right now has 3 buddies around. Behind directly, Connor Franson there as the newest driver for the Auto Moves Racing team. You've got them Blas Diaz for SDR Sim Racing 579, and then the 211 of Samuele Spiezio there for Vesta Sport 211. All there together, all looking to try and push on and get something of it. And Auto Moves over the last, I would say, month, have been the team that is catching my radar, Craig, of I am making big signings and great moves. They've added Connor Franson. They are looking at bringing in Aaron Vasquez into the team. I think the most underrated move that they're making is Gabriel Ivanov. I think he's a fantastic sim racer to put into the team.
The story I heard about Aaron going for auto moves was he wanted a team, he didn't mind who, he just wanted to be in the top split. And there goes the move. There goes the auto moves. They'll move ahead of Patrick Kessel in that Maniti Racing. And then behind them as well, Vesta and SDR go and flip position. Very, very weird to see moves at Lafania, but all the teams are looking at it and they're starting to spread out a bit here. But that's what I heard with Aaron. And it just goes back to that whole thing we were talking about earlier. Drivers want to go to teams with a little bit more freedom nowadays. And I wonder if that's also a play by Aaron if he is going into auto moves. But at the moment, I think he's just there, not for the vibes, as they say, Jake, but just to still be racing in this top split and trying to be competitive and just enjoy being that competitive streak.
Yeah, I don't think this is a cup of coffee move out there, and heaven knows how many cup of coffee moves that Aaron Vasquez has been in over the course of his career. But I look around at it and go, yeah, you are going to want to find somewhere that gives you the confidence, that gives you the trust. And I think that there are people in that organisation at Auto Moves that go, yeah, we're an up-and-coming team. We've got guys like Boris Lysen, for example, who has real-world ambition and is going to go out there and try and get it. I like what this team is offering on the table. I like what it's going to get. It's a Canadian-based company, Auto Moves. I think it's a glass company, very much like Auto Glass. And it is going to be one of these competition teams that they are going to start making some noise. If you sign smart in sim racing and you say, right, I want this driver, this driver, this driver, and I want drivers who are capable, dependable, can get a finish, and can get ourselves to top split, absolutely, you will go a long way in sim racing and build the stature and prowess that you need. And, you know, the further along the line that you can do that, the more that you can do that, the more you will see some of the biggest teams in the world go out there and go and push it. I look around at this competition team right now and this field from where we were 10 years ago in this competition run, and I see only two teams, Craig, two teams that are here that would have been there 10 years ago. Those two teams are Verstappen Sim Racing, who would have been Team Redline, and Sim RC, and no other team.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to think of somebody else that would be there, and I can't really. I mean, you could argue. Yeah, if they're racing, I was going to say you could have argued pure racing, but pure racing merged into Verstappen Sim Racing, so you can't really factor them in. And I think that just goes to show longevity is such a rarity nowadays, not just in sim racing, but in esports in general. I think you have to circle everybody like that in general as the drivers will go by. And I just wonder, you talk about you have to sign smart. Well, this isn't Moneyball. You're not signing for analytics. You're not trying to just get the best team. You're also having to find the best team in terms of vibes. And I don't like using that word, but you want to find a team with a really friendly atmosphere out there. Because if you have too much of a competitive streak, you're going to have an unfavorable atmosphere. Yes, they all want to race to win, but they also want to race and also have some fun alongside. I think that's one thing that Verstappen Sim Racing's got, because how many times do you watch the Verstappen Sim Racing stream and they're not racing, Jake? They're playing Call of Duty or something together. You know, you want to have that camaraderie outside of the racing.
And further to that point, how much more are we seeing the reliance of the sim racing driver and the sim racing team looking to be a commodity, in the sense that it's not, you know, let's monetize our brand. Oh, SDR, oh, backsteps out at last source. It's on camber as you go down. It's the connection to the little town of Spa, when this used to be a street circuit all the way until 2007, believe it or not. So if you want your street circuit hate, this used to be one of them. You wouldn't have liked Spa. It's a street circuit. But ultimately, this is something where you can say, for those who want to develop further and diversify the portfolio, the fastest drivers in the world, people want to know about them. People want to understand them. And this is what we're seeing. I want to understand this car, this track. I want to understand this series. I want to understand, you know, these people that are going in through and doing what they can. You know, and we're seeing people like Racespot, for example, being really good. Kevin Ellis Jr., Alexander Spett, really good content creators out there on the platform, on the high-end level that's out there. You see guys like Emil Bernstorff doing an incredible job. You know, you keep going down the list of content creators. You know, we even have Creator Series that jumps in. You see some great content creators there, out there and working. Big shout out for Gareth Allen for all the work he puts in on that. This is one of the greatest times to go out there and say, it's not just about being the quickest anymore. It's about being the quickest and basically showing off what you are as a team and who you're all about.
Yeah, but before content creation, and I would say in the last couple of years, content creators, that accent's really twitchy at the moment. The content creators have been a little bit, there's been a bloom in the last couple of years, and that's not a negative thing, that's a great thing to see. A lot more content for people to watch or people to engage with. But before this whole boom, and I would say around the pandemic time, your content creating was who's making setups for us. I'm saying the dirty word, I'm saying setup jobs. And that was where you would get a lot of your content creation, which you wouldn't be engaging with them, you'd be engaging them with help, and that's where you would see some of these people. So we talked about Pure. Remember, Pure made their own setup shop, one of the top setup shops, and they became into Redline, that's now Verstappen. You look at the Coanda guys, they were VRS, you know, and that was how you had a lot of engagement, was being the pro drivers that also then went and helped others by making setups. Now you see the pro drivers that they're not also being a little bit hidden in what they do. I remember a few years ago, Jake, you might remember this, pro drivers would stream their races with no audio because they didn't want anyone to hear that. I think we've come a long way now. I think people are a little bit more accepting of the pro drivers doing that content creation.
Right. I'm going to put this on the flip side. There are certain professionals out there in the world of sim racing that will hide first week of a release of a new title coming out, their tyre inputs to try and show that they are the better time trial.
No, you're right. And I'll tell you what, I think the funny thing is I have seen a clip from somebody going, hey, I've just set this lap record in an F1 esports game, and I'm going to show you, and I'm going to have half the screen completely blacked out because you're not allowed to see anything. We're going to see this battle, and Granburn not getting that move on the boss there. But yeah, I have seen that. I will admit, I have seen that. I haven't seen it a lot in iRacing nowadays, but the F1 game is one that really comes to me. It looks like it is a file that has been heavily redacted. When you see their screen that they go, hey, I've set the lap record. Well, can we see any of your inputs? What about your battery? What about your tyres? No, not allowed to see that. You've just got to trust me. It's a lap record.
Source, trust me, bro.
Yeah, don't you trust me? Well, you must trust me, Jake. We've known each other too long.
You're in my house, Craig. Of course I trust you.
I don't know if you want to be saying that, but yeah, that is true. Yeah, you know, hey, just because we talk about how you make a community, folks, with teams, doesn't mean that the commentators can't have a community as well. And unfortunately, Jake's had to put up with me more than once in the real world, and I think that might mean that I might have done my quota now. I may never see him again in the real world. I think he's had enough of me.
We'll see. So, we are here 1 hour 25:43 remaining on the clock. 24th the battle, right in front of the race leader, Luke McEwen. This is where you don't want to get involved out there because you're looking for the pass and you're going to have to be smart, and they're both very smart, but is this the pick that's needed to get the pass? No. So, Joop de Vos just did enough on the brakes to allow Luke McEwen to go through. Sam Granboom then, Sam Granboom then trying to keep that one close, but ultimately not quite there in getting the pass. A battle of two Dutch drivers then to go out forward. Now, I want to put this question to you here, Craig. Per capita, what is the strongest nation of racing/sim racing? Because I think the Netherlands have a very strong shout per capita of the greatest drivers in the world.
I'm just trying to wrap my head here, and I just can't think of any other country. Like, I wouldn't even put the UK in that consideration at all. I would maybe look to Scandinavia, but I would have said to Scandinavia and basically that area and probably Finland a few years ago. Not nowadays. I know Hugo's now talking about it. Hugo, our director, he's just brought up that he thinks it's Finland and Germany. Yeah, Germany's quite strong because that is quite a lot of drivers. I think Germany might be up there over the Netherlands, Jake.
Well, the issue I say is, Craig, per capita. So when you say per capita, you need a lot of quick German racers out there to go and add that up. And there are a lot of quick German racers out there overall. It's one of the motoring powerhouses, and it always has been. But, you know, I think it's cyclic. I think it goes through. Like, do you remember a time, Craig, in the 1990s where about half the field were Italian?
I do indeed. I do remember that, and a lot of that was the Ferrari boom. Ferrari just came off a really good 80s, and I think that's a lot. I think that helps as well. But you don't see the Italians at all nowadays. And yeah, I do see your point there. Per capita, though, like per capita, could we even go for smaller countries? Even I don't know if we could. That's very, very. You've stumped me with that one. And I think I would have to agree with Hugo with what he said with Finland and Germany. But then again, what talk of racing are we talking about? We're talking rally as well, because then it definitely would be like the countries from Finland and Scandinavian countries.
Well, if we're saying per capita and we're adding rally into the mix, does Estonia get a mention?
Yeah, no, Estonia does get a mention. That's a really good one. I'm trying to think of anything to the left side of the world. I'm talking the Americas, and I can't think anything there just because the per capita rate would be so high. So yeah, you'll say Netherlands. I'm with Hugo on this one. I think it's Finland and Germany personally. One of those two.
Can I throw a little spanner in the works, Craig?
Oh, you always throw a spanner in the works. Go for it.
Ireland.
Yeah. Ooh. Elaborate on that one.
Well, all formats of motorsport count, right? Who are the top 3 drifters in the world right now? It's James Dean, Conor Shanahan, and Jake Shanahan, who are all Irish.
I was waiting to see where the drifting came into it. Yeah, no, that's... Yeah, and Ireland is quite a small... You know, now if we said the Republic of Ireland, if we said Northern Ireland, sorry, that would definitely get the tick and be yes, due to the per capita being low. Ireland, yeah, that's not a bad shout. But aside from drifting, where else have they got racing drivers nowadays? There's not a lot of Irish drivers out there, I feel. That's not a knock at Ireland. I'm just saying, in terms of that, I don't think there's a lot of Irish drivers out there nowadays.
It's coming. They've had a wonderful scholarship system that's come in from the team at... Oh, I've forgotten their names. I'm going to have to scan my LinkedIn out there because there are some absolutely fantastic people I need to shout out. But Campto Chakwure has gone from sim racing to a Formula V scholarship out there. I think a Formula 4 scholarship through the likes of the works that they have done. Give me about a couple of minutes and I'll be able to put that back together. But there is honestly some amazing work that has been done over in the world of Ireland to get some more representation in motorsport. Peter McCann comes to mind, the work that has been done. And Craig, of course, that comes through the work of RTA, which was a series that we had the ability to, I believe, for the first time ever, commentate together.
It was the first series we worked together. I was actually just thinking that when you were talking that it clicked, RTA. We did something beforehand, but yeah, no, RTA was when we first were like, right, we're working together, and this Jake Sperry was like, you will do what I tell you. No, he didn't tell me that. He was a wonderful, held
you
my
listened
hand.
well, Craig.
He's a wonderful man, and he showed me the ropes. You know, I'm not going to give it. I'm not going to make him cry on the broadcast. But he's a wonderful man, and I'm talking about him while he's here. It's like I'm talking a eulogy. He's a wonderful man who shows people the ropes and helps them just get the best out of themselves when it comes to you just need to do this a little bit better. Because there's one thing I've always said, Jake, one of my teammates said it, anybody can commentate. It's knowing what to say and what to do. That's the difference. And, you know, just knowing what those right moments are just helps out there when it comes to commentating.
Great shout, actually, from chat saying Australia might have the best per capita. That's a really good shout.
New Zealand.
Oh, Kiwis are interesting because there really isn't that much per capita, but when you know you've got a quick Kiwi, you've got a quick Kiwi.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. You look at it as well, and that they've got it. Look at the V8 Super Cups. Yeah, the V8 Supercars as well. You look as well. Some of them gone over to America. You look at it as well. I think you've actually got to put New Zealand there. Australia is a good shout. I know someone said Denmark. Not entirely sure, but yeah, I think if we're going to say per capita, I think New Zealand's got a really strong shout now you think about it.
This is one which you can file back in the bank here, ladies and gentlemen. Have a little think about that in your own time. And go, I would say, if there are any staff members from iRacing who are listening in right now, waking up this morning in Massachusetts and going in, I would love you to pose that question over social media to absolutely anybody who's listening. What is the greatest country per capita for generating great racing drivers? Because I don't think that it is an open and shut case question. I think it has to have a lot of reasoning that goes around with it, as you the boss Pitts for Solpec Precision Racing.
Cisco, good morning. We've got some work for you to do, please. Can we get hold of Cisco, Jake? Can we just clip this and just throw that to him? He'll probably just put that onto the social straight away. Actually, it is a really good question. You know, and I do like that once again, thank you to those in the chat giving us that little bit of input. We always do like hearing that. It's not us doing the age-old favorite, what's your favorite motorway station that the joke is from British radio, but it is just one of those that really just make your brain start to think a bit, because it's not a straightforward question. It's almost like what's happening in this race, because this isn't a straightforward question of who's going to do what. You've got the BS Plus hybrid car here. They were 3 minutes in the pits altogether when getting that repairs done after having that moment there at Double Gush. Now they're battling Zenith. They're a few laps down, but they're still out there. Give them credit. There's an hour and 17 to go, and I think we're at the stage where if you crash, you're not just going to call it a day. Just get out there and finish the final hour, it feels like, and that's what they're doing right now with Tobias Pascoe in the car for BS Competition.
Yeah, Zenith Esports, they are wanting to get by now, and they have Raul Pellicero behind the wheel through the fabled Blanchimont corner and over towards this final chicane, looking to try and get this pass down onto the inside, and it's close, but trying to work it around the other side. Oh, massive kicker wheel spin off the exit for Pellicero. That is just the case that the eyes boggle wide for Tobias Pascoe, and you go, oh, I want it. That very much was a case of not enough room to cover off that pass. That very nearly was a side swipe. This one could get ugly in a heartbeat between them, and they're going to have to use their sensible heads now instead of their I just want this pass move. Big cut over of aggression from Tobias Pascoe again, but now comes the climb up the Kemmel for Pellicero. These two, remember, you got to finish this race, and look at the light flash from Pellicero. He is enraged.
Yeah, he's thinking, what was that? I understand that he was trying to go for a little bit of a block there to try, well, not a block per se, but a little bit of a cover off the line. Just did it a bit too early there, and that could have actually been a big-time incident there. And probably, I was just saying, you got an hour left, you just go and finish the race. That might have just put them in a state that they were going, no, I don't want to do this anymore. And that could have just been a big moment, and you could see the frustration. And I think that there's that age-old adage that you get on ovals. You're battling for 34th. You don't need to be that aggressive. Well, you're still battling for bragging rights here. You just got to just be a little bit more sensible in what you were doing. And I wonder if that is the 189. I know that Tobias wasn't in the car at the time. I wonder if that's just a bit of frustration that they were having a decent race and they got taken out a little bit at the Double Gush exit here. About half an hour ago. I think they're just a little bit frustrated after what happened. Yeah, that's putting it mildly.
I would look at that for BS Hybrid and Zenith and go, yeah, can we just sort this out in an hour and 15 minutes and go, look, we'll have the apology here and the apology there. But really, I don't see what Zenith did wrong there. I just thought that was a move that went wrong. And that is just, you know, for a driver of Tobias Pashko's talent, the Czechian driver, I think you've got to turn around, look at that and go, yeah, you're fighting for 34th position. Do you need to be that aggressive?
Well, it's a position at the end of the day, and I've just made an overtake. And he also knows that these are the free cars that, well, in theory, they'll be battling to the end of the race. I say that, but Zenith did not take tyres last time. They'll probably take tyres in this next pit stop coming up, and I wonder if that has a little bit of factor to it where tyre degradation is starting to kick in, because this 189... Tobias is going to have a little bit of a different strategy to end the race. They may even need to splash and dash. I think they might be all right, actually, because remember, they were off schedule after having to take that emergency pit stop, really, for all the damage. So I wonder if there is that there. Zenith happy enough where they are. They got Matt Performance right behind them as well. Another Audi right there. And just look at that, though. It's just great at the end of the day to see that we still got 42 cars from the start of the 59 still racing out there just to get to the end. I just do like to see that, Jake. I don't like seeing races where like the final hour or 2 hours is just with 20 of the 50 cars. It is nice to see drivers still out there because there is still goals to be had.
Absolutely, and I think what is critical is more and more we are seeing here from sim racing. These long races aren't about, I'm just going to go out there and win it in the first 5 minutes. I think this is going to be one of those where, look, you've got to give yourself a platform. Everybody here, you know, it's almost like when you're out there in the snow and you've had a massive snowfall and you know that you've got to drive about an hour to get there. Every other driver on the road is there to help you out. We're all a team. And in the sense of endurance racing, even though you're fighting for positions to get as high as possible, every car out there on the circuit is a team. The moment someone doesn't become a team player, an incident happens really quickly.
I would attribute it to the rules of a mosh pit, Jake. When someone falls down, what do? You
pick them up.
You pick them up. And I amount it to that. You're all there to just see the performance, have the enjoyment, and you don't want to ruin somebody else's nights, right? That's what I attribute it to. This feels like we're at a gig right now that they're playing, that there were gigs last night in London. So let's just say House of Protection playing. They started early because you want to watch the football afterwards. Get the gig done. You can then watch the football afterwards. I almost said rugby. That would have been nice, but you can watch the football afterwards. That's what they're doing right now. They're just getting to the end here, and they will just keep picking each other up. And that's why that little incident there with Tobias and Raul, a little bit unexpected, I must say.
Danny Neo almost going for the move up here through Eau Rouge and Radion, and now climbing up at the exit here. Danny now knows and understands Raul Pellicero is the one who is under pressure and wants to try and move on by. It is Lamborghini then versus that Audi that goes sailing on by and says, yeah, Matt Performance are going to go and take that pass. Very nice result, very nice pass. They now get up to 35th, and they now find themselves +6 for the day.
Yeah, and that's actually just a good move, and you can see the tyre deg really struggling, really suffering there for that Lambo, just because they just know that don't have the pace. But this is a team in Matt Performance who only took 2 tyres on their last stint, on their last pit stop, sorry. So they're going to be suffering a little bit with tyre degradation. What were they trying to do with this? Because it's them now thinking that, well, if we pit next time, it would be all fuel and the front would be doing a double. That would mean the rears, or 2 of the tyres, would be doing a triple stint. Now, that's something we've not seen for a while. I know some cars have been trying a 2-tyre approach, and I'm looking down the order. There's a couple other teams now doing 2-tyre approaches by the looks of it. I wonder if that's going to bite them at the end of this race, because they've got the pace now, but they're going to be really suffering at the end in this 34 Celsius track temp.
Oh, I forgot to mention a country that I think absolutely would be winning our little per capita thing hands down here, Craig.
Go on. I just got a bit of a chuckle. What were we thinking?
Switzerland.
Ooh. Now. Yeah. There's a Swiss driver in Formula E. Buemi. Is it? No, Buemi's not Swiss, is he?
He is Swiss.
He is Swiss, yeah. Why was I thinking he's not Swiss? Yeah. So, yeah, Buemi's there. I'm sure there's a couple others drivers from Switzerland. Crazy when you think that. Yeah.
Swiss drivers.
He's just going to go to
category Swiss racing drivers, and that is a surprisingly long list out there. If you want to go down the list, you've got old school drivers like Clay Regazzoni, for example, who was really, really quick. Obviously, Fabio Scherer and Albert Scherer for Scherer Esports, let's say, for example, they come to mind. Alexander Frey, then for Frey Racing, Marcel Fassler comes to mind. You know, you keep going through the list here, and, you know, there are absolutely wonderful racers that come from Switzerland. Tuolo de Graffenried, if you want to go back down the list.
Yeah, Clay Regazzoni's all right, but he's not won the F1 Backmarkers Championship, has he, Jake? You know.
I haven't actually got that far yet.
Basically, Jake's been doing a thing, working out the who would be the winner of the backmarkers in F1, and it's been a really interesting just to see the spreadsheets and just see the working of what would have happened, just to go, because everyone always goes, what happens if once you win an F1 title you can't win another one, or what happens if the driver who came second won everything, or eliminate all of Mercedes wins and who wins, you know. Do something different. That's what Jake's been doing, and I've enjoyed looking at that, I must say.
Craig, 1960 F1 title.
F1 title in 1960. I can't remember.
Well.
Oh, Jack Brabham.
Yeah, Jack Brabham. Do you want to know? Oh, 54 pink. Oh, my goodness. I've seen something there from about an hour and a half, 3 hours ago. So they're not going to be too happy about that. I wasn't on the right thing because I am very, very distracted now by the back markers. Right, for the moment. That's going to be something fun. Hour 7 and 44. But if you want to do it as a backmark championship out there, Craig, 1960, Jim Clark.
That's just madness when you think about it. Because you look at also who was there, and he did actually have, well, Jim Clark was such a great driver, but I'm looking at your spreadsheet, and yeah, it didn't finish at Zandvoort, didn't have a good race at Spa here. The French Grand Prix wasn't very good for him. He did not have a good year in the 60s in that Lotus.
No, and I think what you've got to understand is it's a little bit more than just, oh, I didn't have a good time, because if you wanted to count the DNFs in the early 1960s, Graham Hill was the DNF king out there. He would not finish races left, right, and centre. I think he had something like an 80% DNF rate in his first 3 years of racing.
Are we saying that Graham Hill is the original Checkers or Wreckers? That's what we're basically saying, aren't we?
Yes, he was very much Checkers or Wreckers, the driver.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's an era. I know some people always, you know how they've always been bringing back the V12s. Yeah, okay. The only reason I would say bring back the V12s is I want to see some engine unreliability. I want to see drivers really work for it.
Sorry, Gadij Martin with the biggest shout in the world, Monaco.
Yeah, but you've just got the two Leclercs. Who else have you got?
No, you don't. Because technically, if you want to go on licenses, you've technically got Kamui Kobayashi.
When was he a Monegasque?
When he raced in Formula E.
Oh, I remember hearing that now. Yes, there were a couple drivers that did that for different nationalities through their licenses. Yeah. Well, you're clutching at straws, but it's a very good straw you've clutched.
You've got Louis Chiron as well, who took a Monaco Grand Prix win in the 1950s.
Ooh, now we're talking. Yeah, I did see someone make a joke about the Vatican City. That would have been great if we had someone from the Holy See, but I can't see that happening in terms of smaller countries and smaller nations or principalities. Yeah, Yeah, Monaco might do it. I wasn't thinking Monaco. I was not thinking there would be not enough drivers there, but Monaco could do. I still like the idea of New Zealand, though. I must say, I still like that idea of New Zealand.
New Zealand's a very good shout out there, and this is why it's such a great question, because we keep going and we keep hearing different answers, and it makes you think, how can you categorize it for just how important it is? Now Burusud side by side with Matt Performance up the hill, and this will be to the outside trying to make this move. Danny Neo's gone in deep. Oh, he's had to try and fight that. Maybe he's gone a little bit too far there. Back across for Malmedy. Then he's going to go there side by side behind as well, as Pellicero gets bumped out of the way by Damian Paye and Andrea Frasinetti looking to try and move through. It is rush hour now with an hour and 4 to go. James Boumet, call of the hour. He's going to try and pick his way through that, and he's in 6th place overall. I would not want to be a car lapping in that train right now. Look at it.
Yeah, look at it right now. These guys are going ahead. Behind them, there is 4 cars, and 2 of them are racing each other. 3 of them are racing each other. One of them is P6. Look at it right in the back of the picture there. The Falken Sim Racing and James Wemme trying to get ahead because he knows 2 seconds behind. It's the number 5 in the Nova Ligio of Nicolas Rubia. So he's also trying to get around some lap traffic. All of a sudden, this has just got a little bit tetchy out there, and if I'm one of these cars that are on the lead lap or battling at the top of the field and I'm around these cars, I'm just hoping no one makes a mistake, and they've been so close together. And then also, remember, Jake, blue flags are not mandatory. They say hold your line, be predictable. What happens if 2 of these cars battling, one of them goes, hang on, I need to slow down to let a leader by, and the other one says no? That's going to cause a bit of an issue as well. So this is really tense time there, because that gap for P6, sorry, that's already gone down a second this lap just with this traffic. Look at the queue.
It's a huge queue, and Nicolas Rubilar here, who is there, the Chilean for Nova Leggio Racing, he realises, look, I am 3 seconds off the back here, but look at what I have to get through to get to that 6th place. I've got to get my WSR Esports white, Zenith Esports, Fiercely Forward yellow. I've got to get by Owned Esport and 07 Racing 77 before I reach Falken Sim Racing Team Blue. Now, that's not easy to go and get through all of these drivers and say, right, I've got to get by. Here's the first that you've got to clear, and it's going to happen there on the straight. It's now clean air available to work with, though, for James Boumet. And I would be turning around and saying for Rubilar, right, absolutely got a motor.
Please, he saw the flash of the headlights there, and we're going, please let us by. Please let us by. He got past one down the Camel Straight. Well, up the Camel Straight, sorry. Give me correctly. And that's allowed him to make some moves, and now he's just fighting that dirty at the back of the pack. There he is, right there, as he's trying to work his way through. But these 2 at the front, now, these guys are nowhere near that battle, nowhere near that massive pack. They're still there. Danny Neo there for Matt Performance, still ahead of Tobias Pascoe for the BS Hybrid car. And I wonder if they're going to get caught up in that little pack, because they're only 3 seconds ahead of them. James Wemme is really starting to put the charge on a little bit here, and that's a bit concerning if you're in that Nova Ligio right now, because he's already lost 2 tenths going through the traffic and the dirty air, and he's only just got onto the back of that number 12 Zenith Esports of Pulpilizio, sorry. So not a lot of time there going there, and again, BS competition, I feel like they're just in a little bit of fuel saving at the moment while we're watching this battle in front.
Yeah, while they're all there, while they're pushing, while they're all trying to get themselves in. Bring all your fans in. The final hour is just about to start. Fans of 07 Racing, or in fact 07 Racing themselves, cheering on. Shout out to Caesar out there with what they've been trying to do in this race. They've been having a pretty okay run of things here today, down in 20th position, so I'd love to see what they can do. 8 on the lead lap at the moment, and happy with the way things are going. Our focus, though, on this battle between Danny Neo and Tobias Pascoe here. Pascoe in 35th, Matt Performance then in 34th, and their focus climbing up the hill over towards this next right that leads them onto the Kemmel.
it's an iconic straight. It's crazy to think of a straight being iconic, but you go up the hill, and that really does help the car behind because they do get that extra a bit of pace with the slipstream. And it's just so nice when you're up the top of the hill, just standing here on the side. You've got a little hut there that you can get yourself some nice hot dogs and beverages. And you also get to look at a lot of places on the track. And I keep saying it, Jake, this is one of those tracks that is so beautiful when you're here in the real world. You stand anywhere on the track and you can see multiple places of the track, and not just the corners in front of you. I'm talking the corners almost at the end or start of the track. It's just such a beautiful place to go and watch racing. It's also such a beautiful place to watch racing here on the sim.
It very much is, and we see it so often here, just how cool a lot of these places, a lot of these corners, a lot of this understanding very much is. So I am very happy to see this circuit showing itself out every year and being a wonderful place to go and race. And it is the old classic circuit that can modernise itself and be absolutely ace as well as far as it goes. It is wonderful to go and set yourself up out in that, and we're seeing that here because we've got battles up and down the order looking to try and bring this one home and dry inside of this final hour, as it's still a battle of BMW Verstappen's and Verstappen Sim Racing up on top. But Pashko close, but not close enough at the moment. And you've got to think endgame now, because it's not just can I make the pass, it's can I make the pass in time between now and the end of this race, where my opponent has no chance of getting back. In comes Nova Leisure Racing 98 out there, the number 99 car of Johan Haaf, making his final stop of the race.
The question will be when we'll see them down, are they going to go for tyres? Are they going to accept that what they've got is what they've got? And I wonder if they'll accept with 58 minutes to go that they can be a little bit aggressive out there with fuel now, so might decide to take tyres. We'll never know until we get there, as still more battles happening on the track as the window is officially open, it's safe to say. That pit window for the final time is officially open as this battle still rages on in front of what we were looking at earlier. This is for 31st with Maniti Racing Black with Patrick Kessel in the background, and XBD Racing GT3 SimLab in the front there with Carlos Boza. And I'm just looking around, and Maniti, remember, they had a longer pit stop last time as they were getting some repairs done. And I say repairs done, we just missed it. I got to laugh at some good timing there. It's almost like Hugo just changed the camera because he was trying to censor some nudity, because that Maniti car had a bit of damage on the back of that car.
Let's give them a little bit of privacy then out there on circuit for a little bit. Let's put it like that at this moment in time, and take a look at Veliziotis here running in to take a pit stop.
Yeah, and this is this is really good though by Blue Mercure. They are going to be the first car to pit in terms of this top 5, so they'll have to take a little bit more fuel on, and that's important. And are they doing a driver swap for the final? They are. And Ate is in the car. That is putting your strongest driver in to try and get the times down, because they know they're about 3 laps short of the schedule that everybody else around them were. 3 laps in terms of fuel around here. That's a lot of time extra in the pits, because they're not looking at full stops now for some of these cars at front. They know that whatever time they have lost here, they're going to have to make up on the track. And if you've got that, you might as well put your 11K driver in. You might as well put one of your best drivers in the car. Ate's in the car right now. That's a smart move. And it's no tyres either. Fresh driver, not fresh tyres. That's usually a no-no. You don't usually do that.
But, Craig, I'm going to turn around to say this. Once you understand all of the rules of engagement out there, only then can you start to play and break them. You can't break the rules until you know how to play by the rules.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. You have to then start, and you also have to dig into your bag of tricks. And I wonder if that's them just going into their bag of tricks to try and find something to go for. Here's Nicholas Rublia as well for Nova Leggio. WSR behind, also into the pits, and they'll be getting their final stops ready. Remember, that's lap 594 for all these drivers. 595 they're going on to. So they're going to be a few laps longer in terms of how much fuel they need to take in. But again, they are looking to, I believe, keep the same drivers in both of these cars. They are indeed. So not everyone's making those swaps at the moment, Jake, but in this situation, sometimes you need to make those swaps because it's so important. Grid and Go 002 now into the pits. Dino Lombardi, this is the battle for P3 because if they get a good jump here with the pit stop, they might extend that lead over Blue Mercure.
They could. And this is now what you're looking at here. These stops make all of the difference. They follow Julian Van Buel into the pits for Maniti Racing Purple, but Lombardi here, taking all of it that he can in terms of keeping the high speed up on the pit limiter and running in for that stop. He'll be eyeing up where is Blue Mercure by comparison and how much fuel do I need to take to the end. They have been siphoning off stint after stint after stint after stint. How close is it going to be? Kalpanen is making his way to the final chicane right now, and with a podium on the offing here, Dino Lombardi is going to need a fairly quick stop. They're going to have a driver change. Nicholas Lux is going to bring this back, the Monegasque driver, then to bring it home. Another one to add then to our little per capita debate as Kalpanen rounds the last horse hairpin. I think we're going to be seeing third place go away. Here is Blue Mercure and Ate Kalpanen down the hill, back up the other side. See her in the douches, and just like that, up into third once again.
Great recovery, though, from Bleu Mercure to make that move. And where is Grid and Go? Should be going. Should be. Have they taken tyres? They've taken tyres, Jake, at this stage of the race. Very questionable, because we talked about if you didn't take tyres in the last stop, you have to set yourself up for tyres this time, and that's what they've done. Have they just decided that the podium's probably out the window? Let's get the car home, because they're not making 30 seconds up in the space of 53 minutes, let's be brutally honest. I think that's just them accepting the battle might be over, and they'll just have to accept that P4 is all they're going to get.
Top 5 is going to be huge. There is the number 4 car that just buzzes the tower by them there of Sun Kaitert, and that gap, with 3 hours to go, it was 0.3 of a second. With 52 minutes left here at the front of this field, Craig, it's 10 seconds.
And I know that they had a longer pit stop last time by, and I just wonder, even with that, could Sam have kept up with Luke? It's looking like that I don't think the answer would have been yes. As much we were saying it's going to be another Grand Slam finish to the end, I don't think it would have happened, because that is some pace that Luke is putting in that car. And you said it already, he's a closer for a reason. And this battle, it is an off-strategy battle, because Falken will have to pit very shortly. And they're right on the back of the Blue Mercure with just enough. Danny Neo's going to be giving him a little bit of a tow there. Is Danny in the middle of the pack. For James Bowman. Yeah, he's going to unlap himself. And do you blame him? He's got the fresh tyres. He's got the fresh tyres. He's going to do a bit better than that, though.
Yeah, that's not great. And Falken senses that and goes, right, pit stop time. I want absolutely none of it. And James Boumet then is going to bring himself down into pit lane and go, okay, let's get our final stop out of the way, try and consolidate in our battle with Nova Leggio for a top 5. Keep an eye out on where Johan Hart is, because he's already made his final stop of the race. He's heading through Fania.
Yeah, he's through La Fania. And about a minute to go. Yeah, I think he's got this. This could be an interesting battle there for this last spot. What does Falken do when they come into the pits, as we're keeping eyes on one of the Verstappen cars up at the front of the field? And of course it is the leader, it is Luke McEwen, and he's got that 2-1-1 in front of him at the moment, just trying to stay off and not get lapped once again. And Vesta, unfortunately, they're 7 laps down. So fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 7 times, shame on somebody. Please don't make it 8 times. But Falken have lost that P4 to Grid and Go. There goes the car. They decide to go by, but that battle is important. Nova Leggio has just come around the start-finish line, and I think they're going to get this P5 away, because I think Falken might be looking for a tyre swap. Well, they don't know, not at the moment. I think they're going to be okay. But Nova definitely getting that P5 back.
Well, there they take it. And Nicholas Rubelar is just behind in the number 5 where the battling had been. So is it going to be both potentially that go on by? Answer's no, because Boume has left pit and is up to the Kemmel straight already. So that is going to be somewhat for them of what they're looking at. So they'll return in 6th place out there overall, and they will realise that in terms of their running, that they have just got to keep up the cadence, keep Nicholas Rubelar away, and hope there's a way to get to Johan Haaf to stop a top 5 for Nova Legio Racing, and they will be really happy with a top 5 at Spa. I think that will say job well done out there as far as they go. So I would be very excited to see how that is all going to kick about for them as they look to push on through. Craig, I'm going to turn to you. We've got 49 minutes left in this race. There's 520 plus of you watching over on YouTube, and more, I'm sure, over on Twitch. Who is the greatest sim racer that we don't see in this field? Who is the greatest sim racer up and coming that we don't see in this field?
Oh, you're talking to a man who watches and commentates on a lot of historic racing. You want me to point out an up-and-coming driver. It's so tough when it's different fields of driving ability nowadays and different things. You look at, you know, this is a very competitive field, but I go and look at other categories. You look at your Jacob Reed, who's a fantastic open-wheel driver.
Let's hold it for a moment, because we got our leaders in, Luke McEwen and Sam Kiter. We'll come back to that, but this is the money stop. This is the race now for McEwen and Kiter. How far can they go? What do the stops look like? We're expecting this to be a 10-second margin when McEwen comes out of the pit. If it's anything less than that, then we're going to have to start wondering, is a stop too long or a stop too short? Hits the box and now is going to take service. Fuel will come first, and then if we see the jacks come up, it's a take of tyres. Not expecting tyres from either driver because they took them at the last stop. Kiter there behind, just behind that left-hand or right-hand strut as it is for the car of that BMW machine there for Luke McEwen. It's there, and it's looking very, very much like they're going to get this sorted. 27 seconds now. 30 seconds is going to be in on the stop, and we shouldn't expect it to be too much longer. 34.8 on the marks and driving away. Luke McEwen knows he is now 47.5 minutes away from victory, as 35.2 for Sam Kiter. That Ferrari is now hoping for a minor miracle.
Who need a miracle. Anything can happen, though, the next 47 minutes, knock on wood. They're into sprint category right now, as I always joke. They're in that level now where they're basically putting in what they've done in 40-minute races over the week and just doing that to their advantage to push on and see if they can make this. Can Sam find 10 seconds in 46 minutes? You can do the maths. We've got 20 laps to go. That's a second a lap almost, even more. It's just half a second a lap, sorry. It's just a little bit unachievable. Gonna need a little bit of hope. And I'm looking down the order. In terms of the top 10, just one more team left to pit, SDR Sim Racing. They might fall out of the top 10 after that. I think we are here, and it's now time to tell the drivers, bring it home.
It very much is. Craig, let's go back to that question that we had just before Verstappen Sim Racing decided they wanted to pit in. The best sim racer in this field that is not currently racing the Spa 24, or an up-and-coming sim racer to keep your eye out on.
Oh, that's really tough. I'm going to actually say one. I'm going to say one that I think you might go, I know you're going to say that. He's going to like this. I got to give eyes on a content creator known as Andrew Petty. We know him ourselves, Creator Series winner, won the Creator Series 500, and he's coming leaps and bounds. He's more of an open wheel driver. He doesn't do a lot of GT racing. But that doesn't mean you exclude them because he drives something that isn't in this field. I think if he could transfer those skills over to a GT, he would be quite competitive. He is a competitive open wheeler. Definitely one of the drivers I look at. I look as well Jacob Reed. That's a driver that for years has been doing really well in open wheel racing. and putting his luck into prototypes. But a lot of these drivers are drivers that don't do this lot of modern day racing nowadays. There's not a lot of them that there. If you want to be in a GT3 car, you're going to be up there as well. I think there's a Nicholas Gross, I want to say. I've raced against him a couple of times. He's a driver with a lot of passion and a lot of attitude because he knows he's fast and he'll tell you he's fast. And you think, well, you're just saying it. He beats you and you realize, oh, he's fast. Yes, and he's one of those drivers that really could be coming up to this field sooner or later.
Do you want to hear my name, Craig?
Go on then.
Kevin Foster.
Well, we're going to lock these answers in a vault. And when we're here next year for the Spa 24, Hugo's going to bring open the vault. We're going to open the envelopes and we're going to see how right we were.
Well, one thing I do know of my pick, if you've ever watched Super Formula out there on iRacing, and I implore you that you do, because they are absolutely incredible machines. They drive wonderfully, and it is a category of racing in Japan that is awesome, and a category in sim racing that is awesome as well. There are many quick drivers, but Kevin Foster is consistently over half a second quicker than the field in qualifying, and constantly winning any race that he sets his mind to. He is a former FIA F4 France driver where he picked up a podium. Didn't quite have the biomechanics to go out there and get the season that he's wanted. But I've heard, Craig, he's putting together the money for another real-world drive. And by goodness, with the pace that he's got, he's lights out, I think. One of the best sim racers I have ever seen.
Well, I honestly, with your experience, and for those that don't know, Jake's got a lot of experience. And if he says that that's a man you've got to look out for, that's a driver you've got to look out for, listen to him. This is your Mel Kiepert NFL draft thing. Who the hell is Jake Sperry? We know who you are, and you've proven it time and time again. If you're saying that is a driver to watch it. And I wonder if we'll be seeing some of those drivers going out there. And if actually you're saying that he might be getting a real-world drive again, you'll have to link me to that, because I'll be quite curious to see some of his racing down the line.
I would do as well. And honestly, when I get information, I am sure that you'll get there and do really well. And that is your call if your team's looking for the next big sensation out there. You know, do listen to us. We do sometimes talk a little bit wrong, but we do look at it and we have a good track record. So be out there and smile. I remember a time where I called Sebastian Joe moving to Core Motorsports.
I know I'm older than you, but I am going to say you're showing your age, because you've been here for a few rotations of the sun on iRacing. I've got to say that. I actually remember, though, you look at the Grid and Go drivers, I remember some of my first broadcasting gigs on iRacing. Sean Campbell. You look at Tim Matskey as well for Maniti. Some of the Maniti drivers. Jesse Jones as well. Back for a team that was, remember RSR Esports? I remember calling them those drivers, and here they are 6 years later doing their racing here in this top split. So I don't have that legacy that you do, Jake, where you've called on a driver that you first saw now in the top of the race, now dominating. But I've seen some of these drivers from when I started, and it is really nice to see how you leaps and bounds. And you do feel like you're a little grandfather now, just going, oh, look at them. They've all grown up now.
No, here's my issue after being around sim racing, which will be marked 11 years in a couple months' time, which makes me feel really, really old in sim racing. It's when I turn around and I go, oh, I've not seen, for example, Santiago Baztarrica as a driver before, the Argentine for SDR sim racing. And I turn around and I look and I go, oh, you're a 7K. I had that moment earlier on this season with Grid and Go going, oh, I've never seen Hideo Mamasi in a race ever in my life. How much I-rating has he got? 10,000. Well, I guess I'm out the loop.
In all due fairness, though, it's crazy how when I first started in iRacing 8 years ago, Max Benecke was the only 10K driver. In fact, he was 11K at one point. Remember that? Remember how it was just Max? It was Max on his own. No one could come near him. And then all of a sudden, in the last 3 years, it feels like 10K is like being Super Saiyan in Dragon Ball Z. Everyone's got it all of a sudden. And it doesn't feel like it's got that... It's still got that little aura around it, but it doesn't feel like it's there nowadays. It feels like everyone is up there now with those high I rating. I could give a shout out as well to Tyson Meyer. He got 8K. Like, hats off to him. I think he got 8K or 7K. He lost it, but he worked for it in a week of work. I know Jesse Jones, we talked about him. He gained 1,500 I rating in a week once on Ferrari's fix, Jake. It's just, you know, if you put the time in nowadays, it's so easy to farm the I rating. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it's just because everyone is now doing it. There is so much participation out there and so much competition that the share of I rating is quite high nowadays.
Well, I turn around and say this. The more drivers that are in the pool, so the more people that go and sign up to iRacing, and for example, you can get 30% off now on a brand new membership with iRacing. I'd implore you, go and get your deal now out there. Go sign up to iRacing if you're here and you're umming and ahhing, do it now. The more people that are in the pool, the more there is for you to collect. So 13,000, say, for Aaron Vasquez is 3 years ago's 10,000, is, you know, 8 years ago's 8,000, 7,000. You know, I remember a time where Jimmy Broadbent would have this take, and just to get the bingo off the card, no, we got no Jimmy Broadbent here either. Jimmy Broadbent had the take. Man, I really miss the days when 3,500 I rating would get you into top split.
I remember when I started doing oval racing, I was told it gets serious when you get 3K. Never got there. I was close to it, but you know, that was right at the start of the pandemic as well, and it's just absolutely gone high. I remember when there was a time when Racespot here has Owen Carroll trying to get past some lap traffic. Oh, little bit of a touch. Owen, well, that's a bit unfortunate there. Small moments there, trying to get through the traffic, and traffic says no, trying to do it around the outside. He is battling for that 17th with Maniti Racing Green out there, so he's going to have to do it all over again. But no, I remember, Jake, back when Racespot would used to do like an IMSA race on a broadcast on a Friday night, you'd have people saying, I can't get into top split and I'm 5K. Well, you can't get into top split if you're 6K right here. Or 7K even. You know, if you've got a multi-class event nowadays for a special event, you've got to be lucky that you're in the 9K range to get into the top split. And look at the strength of field for the qualifiers for Porsche. I've never seen a 10K strength of field for a field that big around here, but we've got there now. I think Jake's got his microphone muted, or it's just
I'm a
popped away.
professional sim racing commentator.
You do this for the real world. You should know where the mute button is. I must say, I must put that slap on you. But yes, you were saying
I
before
do it in
you
the real world, and I
mute.
still don't know where the mute button is. So, you know, I had a moment, believe it or not, where I didn't realise I pressed the mute button, and then I went to press the mute button again and unmuted myself and asked a question.
I've done that here. I will admit, I've done that here. I haven't done that in the real world yet because one real world race and done, but that's it for me. There's Barney just waiting to get the white flag ready in 36 minutes. No, you were saying, though, on my response, though, on that whole thing with the 10K.
Yeah, so my response on the 10K is very much this, Craig. How amazing is it that within a lifetime, within, 10 years, we've gone from, oh, it's only Ty Majeski or Maximilian Benecke who can get themselves to 10K to going, yeah, we can have a race where 10,000 is the average. That, to me, is something really special. As Maniti Racing Black still fighting hard with the 579 SDR sim racing team. Blaj Diaz trying to chase down Patrick Kessel. And what a perfect leapfrogger you have if you're SDR sim racing. Johan Haaf, pull me along on the tow rope.
Pull me. It's like he's basically there. Like, when you get you're doing the wakeboarding on the back of a boat. Just hold the rope and just bring me along, and that's brilliant. Johan as well, great person to work with because he has been one of those drivers before that. He has been a coach, has been a setup shop member. He's been a coach. He's got that ability to have the idea of just showing people. But up in front, they're not going to have to worry too long because, well, avert your eyes, Jake, when they come around the corner. Here's the Maniti with the, oh my dear word, it's got no rear. It's a little bit naked at the back.
Well, Patrick Kessel's trying to limp this one home, and that's going to be a place gone. All of the exponents there of the exhaust and all of that underneath then is in play, and Patrick Kessel knows, yeah, this one is quote-unquote drivable. It doesn't have a black and orange mechanical flag that mandates coming down in to deal with the damage, but it is still clearly damaged, and it is not running at 100% right now.
Got some wing damage on a track like this will really limit your speed. In fact, their last lap was a 2:19.034. That's 2 seconds slower than what the SDR car in front was just doing. And you look behind, they've got a car 4 seconds behind them, and then another car 7 seconds behind that, 7 seconds behind that, 11 seconds behind that. They're here in 35th. They'll be lucky to finish in 40th place right now, which does sound crazy for a car still running with 33 minutes to go, that, hey, we're in 35th place, but we may not finish here because we don't have the pace because we're limping this car back. I applaud him, though. The car is still there. You get to the end, then whatever happens, happens to the car. So kudos for keeping it going, because I reckon that would have been a couple minutes of repairs had they tried to get it fixed.
Yeah, so they are going to try and survive that way, and I think they are going to save time by going about things this way and managing with what they've got. Questions that come in, of course, Verstappen Sim Racing is just Team Redline, right? Yes is the correct answer, because Verstappen Sim Racing is the rebrand of Team Redline. Oh, hello. That is a piece of wing down there. Someone has gone into the wall.
I think it's RC Car Shop, because I've just seen them go into the pits, and yeah, it is indeed. And they've actually, I think they've actually come together with somebody. I think somebody else has been caught out in this, because there's another car going slow on my list, and I think that's the Core Racing by GB Controls, the 92. So something's happened between those two cars. Definitely been a moment there on the exit of Double Gauche, and I wonder, have they come together? And yeah, they have come together.
Benoit Lepezinek is the culprit here for Core Racing by GV Controls. That is the number 92 car that is currently running 6 laps down in 59th position, that has run into the troubles. And Double Gauche is the most loaded corner on the circuit as you go on through that. And ultimately, they've lost the back end. And that car that we were keeping a good focus on, RC Car Shop Esports, who were 282 laps down, Craig, ultimately just get slapped again, going, not your race, lads, not your race.
Yeah, I think it's just time to just put the cars on one side and just call it a day and just enjoy watching the last 32 minutes here on the iRacing channel, brought to you by all of us on Racespot, and just get that, just see this really good finish at the end. And I wonder if we're going to actually see the history at the end. That's unfortunate by both teams, though. Just a small mistake, and it just opens up a concertina effect there, and not what you want to see. You want to see everyone go by, but that's not the first incident we've seen at Double Gauche in this race. It's not even the second incident. We've had quite a few incidents there, because that load, the cars have just been giving up at the end there. And you look back at the start of the race, Jake, there was a little bit of puddles on the exit of Double Gauche, and I think that was also hindering some drivers. And now it's dry out there, but it is still a little bit lethal. And remember, not only is it just all that load, Jake, that curbing on the exit is raised. Go over it too much, you do upset the balance of the car.
Craig, I want to play a game with you.
Oh no. Oh no.
Where is the Kerber Pool Frat?
Oh. I'm not looking at a track map. I think I know where that is. Isn't that the corner after Stavlo?
No.
Oh.
Because the Kerber Pool Frat isn't actually a corner. Actually, let's get this first. RC Car Shop. That is just a nasty hit to have inside the final hour.
Oh, and it was the fact that, in all due fairness, RC Car Shop know where they could go. Once you're committed to a line at Double Gauche, you're committed. You can't change your line. Not in these GT freaks. You just don't have that downforce. You don't have that balance. You're having to have all that load on the car. The transfer, it just does not work. And it's so unfortunate. There's nothing they could have done. They're in the pit. Core Racing still going, by the way. They've got no rear. It's kind of like that Maniti car. They have no rear out there. They're a little bit unfortunate. But you were saying, Curva Pool Fier, did you say? It doesn't exist?
It does exist. Well, let's show you now. We're on board. We're going along here over towards Fania. We'll be at that point at the moment. So we are then with Ryan von der Grijp at this stage for Maniti Racing Green, going through Fania here through the left. Now you've got the campus corner here, which is this right, and what is colloquially known as Stavolo corner here, the next right that comes along. So you go through Stavolo, and now you're in the Curva Pool Frat. And all of this going to the right is the Curva Pool Frat.
Did I not say it's the corner after Stavolo?
No, this is what we would normally say is the corner after. That next left.
No, because this is Blanchimont. I knew what I was talking about. I'm gonna say that I was correct.
With you, but I think we can have some fisticuffs afterwards.
Ice ring. You take the ice hockey gear off, and we'll just go gloves, drawing. Yeah, that's fine. No, you are right in when saying that I've said the next corner. What is a corner? Then we come into that whole categorization of what is a corner, especially when you've got places like Road America that has turn 2, which is on a straight. So we're coming to that stage. What is a corner? And I do know that technically it is a straight, but there's a bend to it. So is that a corner? I would say yes, that's a corner. So that's where we split the hairs. It's a definition of what is a corner.
Well, I split the definition, Craig, by the official Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps access map.
Okay. And I understand,
And so as I look at it, turn 14 is labelled as Campus Corner. Then it's turn 15. Then it's Curva Pool Frat. And then it's turn 16.
Now, for anyone that needs to know, Jake always uses the racetrack track maps. I will go and find something else, and that's usually where we get a little bit of difference, and we're having to match up our corner names and make sure we got it right, because some places will have old corner names, old corner numbering systems. So if Jake's found this, just to tell people, if Jake's found this from what they call it, from the official track guide and the official maps that the circuit provides, I cannot fight him. Because he's right. He's basically got the Bible when it comes to the track map. Cannot fight you there, Jake. Unfortunately, I have to tip my hat and say, bravo, sir, you have bested me.
Well, through the Curva Pool Frat, which is not a corner out there, believe it or not, goes Owen Carroll and Ryan von der Grijp into turn 16 and turn 17 of Blanchimont right now. This is where you're starting to eye up, can I get another one here? This for that 17th place. Oh, Owen Carroll closes up, but he's very early on the brakes. Look how much Florian Dirkop then hits the brakes and goes on through and says, right, how do you go? Turn 1 at Imola is not a corner. Technically correct. The bus stop at Watkins Glen, somehow not a corner. Oi, big move. Down the inside, turn 1, don't see it often. Carroll trying to go for it. Von der Grijp with, get this, Craig, on the outside. The Grijp to go and drive off the exit.
Oh, stop it. Get the run, though, and that was a little bit of an excuse me move. Another excuse me move going into La Source there at the start of the lap by a BS competition. Got the run, though, because that was a little bit of a mistake there by Ryan, having to use that pace, and Owen able to just lift off and use that slipstream straight in, call as you like, gets that move done. Here's a driver that we haven't talked a lot about for a while. Great to see Owen still out there. He's been around the block a few times in terms of teams, and that's not his fault. He's just been unfortunate great to see him still out there with the BMW MBS competition car out there, still battling. And, well, again, they would have loved to have a good result here, because BS technically do have wins under their belt here in the 24 and in special events, but just not their day today.
And technically, they are the most previous team to win this iRacing Spa 24, whose name does not read Redline or Verstappen Sim Racing, which is the same entity. They won in 2023 under the name BMW Bank.
Yeah. And that was the team I was thinking of, the old BMW Bank. They were always there. I wonder if we'll ever see BMW Bank back in sim racing. I'm sure it will be at some point of the time. It'll be great to see him. But yeah, always nice to see the zebras out there, or the zebras out there, depending how you pronounce your letter Z. And it is good to see Owen out there again. Another driver, when you think about it, look at it, almost 10K. That's a driver that's been around that 10K mark, and it's just, I wouldn't say it's easy nowadays to get 10K. You got to race hard to get into that. Is Ryan right behind the 780? Now I wonder what can he do. But into the pits they go. Did not expect that. Very late stop, but this was also the car that had the incidents earlier, I think. So that could be one of the things that they might just be short on fuel. Going to be a very short stop, though. Where will they finish out this? They may lose the top 20 spot here.
Yeah, it's what we call splash and dash territory. So for Burasud and Team WM Team Burasud Plus competition, Team PGZ has already gone through. TC Esports are 20th, and Caesar Esports P21. So keep an eye on Caesar, who are making their way through the curb of Paul Frere at this moment in time and trying to go off of the jacks. But remember, this might be the longest lane in all of motorsport. It's not got the longest pit building. That belongs over to the circuit in Doha, Qatar, the Lusail circuit. That's the longest pit building. This is the longest pits, full stop. So Mate Mihailovic, if he wants that top 20, he's going to have to motor, because I think Vicente Aparicio for Thibaut Courtois Esports could be able to go and get this march and get that. So there goes 19th. Now, Mihailovic here with a chance. Where's the mark? There's the mark. So you've got to get up to speed. There, Solpeck can come out ahead. But Caesar Esports, I think this is going to be really close. Watch the merge here on the left-hand side. Where are they? They're just climbing the hill.
They got away with it, I feel. Owen didn't even need to take tyres there, so might be able to pull ahead here, but the gap now between them and TC Esports, well, 9 seconds. So this is going to be them holding in for that top 20. As I joked earlier in the night last night, top 20 is when you start to hear Aussie Greg saying you're in the top 20 when you come across the line. So that's going to be a strength and bounds there. But Owen gets ahead, 22 minutes to go. And Jake, you said one of the longest. Me and Alex were having this talk last night. He found out this is not the longest pit lane by not 8 meters, 6 meters apparently. It's not the longest.
Okay, then what is?
Do you know what? My mind's gone blank. He did tell me. I couldn't believe it myself, but apparently it's not the longest. And I thought, does that just mean, does he mean the Spa lane, the Grand Prix pit lane? But no, apparently the Endurance is not the longest pit lane in the world. Cannot remember what he said. You'd have to find it on the VOD, but he said it was 6 meters short of the longest.
So I would say then, let's go have a little search and try and find that once more. So long pit lanes are very much a thing out there, and nobody wants to travel through a long pit lane. But there's something worse than a long pit lane, Craig. A slow pit lane.
Yes, definitely slow pit lane, and that's one of the things that you have nowadays, that pit lanes are a little bit faster nowadays in terms of what the pit speed they give you, but there are also some tracks that also have slower pit lanes. You look at Daytona, you look at Le Mans as well, the Circuit de la Sarthe, they do drop you down in terms of the speed you've got to go through the lane. Most F1 tracks now have a de facto cutoff. I think it's 50 kilometers an hour or 50 miles an hour, one or the other. But even now, there isn't a uniform what speed you have to have in the pit lane. Which I'm surprised the FIA's never introduced that in terms of if you're this great of a track, it has to be X, Y, or Z in the pit lane.
Well, no, because it depends on the factor of how wide your pit lane is, for example, and the safety of the crews that are mandated. And so this is where I pick my fight with Shelby Motorsports Park at the Bend, right? A circuit that was tailor-made and built about 5 or 6 years ago. A circuit that has one of the longest tracks in the world. It has a GT circuit that is longer than Spa, and it has such a tight pit lane as you transit through that the pit lane speed is about 30 miles an hour.
Why? Why would you? Sorry.
Because the pit lane's so tight. They built the buildings too tight to the circuit. It's a massive oversight.
Sorry, I don't have a response to that. My jaw's on the floor. Why would you do that? Why would you even do that to a racetrack? You know what it is nowadays, and was that just them not having the space? Was it like trying to make a track-on-track mania and you've run out of spots on the side of the track or the side of the builder? Or did they just... Is that really just the fact that they didn't realise they didn't have the space, or they just didn't make enough? Sorry, I'm still trying to wrap my head around this. 30? That's insane.
It is. I'll have to go back in, double check on a session, but it is absurdly slow for what it is. And I don't think I am over-exaggerating too much how slow the pit lane is over at the Bend. So there's your homework, ladies and gentlemen, as you go through. There is your homework. So Jeff Ray saying somewhere in Brazil was the longest pit lane out there by a few meters. So Craig, chance to go through all your Brazilian tracks. There's your leaders, BMW and Verstappen Sim Racing, and they're going to have about the margin here, Craig, by the end of this race that they had when they took a 1-2 in 2024, and that would have been about 13 seconds.
Commanding lead as well. And to be fair, apart from when they had that small moment with damage early in the morning, I think Paul and Alex call it on the breakfast show, they've just been in control of the race. They haven't. That was the first time they didn't have the lead of the race. They've just been so strong today. And like, I go back to what I said an hour ago, Jake. When you think of teams in sim racing, you look at your Coanda. They're probably the best Porsche Cup team in all of sim racing right now. You look at probably your best prototype team was Drago. I think you'd probably have to say it. Blue Mercure, maybe Nova might be there. Grid and Go have got some fantastic prototype teams as well. So that's a little bit more debatable. When it comes to GT3 racing, it's this team. You look at, they also won the Nürburgring 24 GT3, the overall victory for Nürburgring 24 this year. When you think about GT3 teams, there's the rest, and then there's BMW, Verstappen, just Verstappen Sim Racing in a nutshell. These are the cream of the crop when it comes to GT3 racing on sim.
Craig, I have another suggestion for your pit lane, longest pit lane.
Yeah.
The dual pit lane at Bristol is technically infinite.
Yeah. No, there is an exit there. Actually, no. Hang on. There isn't an exit there. Oh, yeah. No, you've got a point there. Yeah. Wow, you could do that forever and forever. It could be like, with the funk just saying forever, 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 forever. You know, could be like that. Wow. Yeah. Did not think about that. I think Interlagos was the one that people were saying that Alex did find out there, though, in all due fairness. But yeah, Bristol was up there for me as well. I thought about Le Mans just because of not because of how long it is, but it's a slow one. When you think of slow pit lanes, Le Mans quite slow, but in terms of length, it's not that long.
So let's get some housekeeping done with 16 and a half minutes to go. Autodromo Jose Carlos Pache, so Interlagos holds it by the 6 meters, which is not surprising because it is a long old haul up the hill for that. And Blair Walton, get an Aussie to go and help you out. The Bend pit limit is 40 kilometers an hour. That's slower than 30 miles an hour.
Just under 30 miles an hour. Yeah, that's a big length. So that's, yeah. So then you go into it. What's the slowest pit lane? Well, there you go. It's the Bend. And if you take it in terms of having to go through the pit lane itself, it probably would still be the Ben. Le Mans would be close up there as we just go to that. I think it's safe to say that is the housekeeping all done. No one's come back up with any more information about the best when it the country with the most drivers and sim drivers per capita. We see the iconic Lafania there. I believe that is what we're looking at there. And now we see the run up to the chicane. It's 15 minutes to go, Jake. I gotta say, first time in the booth with me for the Spa 24. I've seen it many times before in the broadcast. We've had our legacy moments out here when it comes to some of the racing. You go back to what happened with Max Verstappen with the brakes. You look at what happened with the stack overflow that you mentioned. You look at the no incident race as we call it. And there's been those times as well. There's been some good times. There's been some bad times. We've had some grandstand finishes, but I think what the legacy of this race will be with 14 minutes and 50 seconds to go is history. And I don't think anybody can say that they own this track like the two drivers in this car that the number 3 is carrying. It's one thing, Jake, to say the car has won it 3 times in a row. The two drivers to say they've won it 3 times in a row, that's unprecedented.
Well, it's not only that, the car's going to be going 4 times in a row, the team's going 3 times in a row, and as will a couple of the drivers. They know what it takes to win at Spa. And this is a circuit in the history of sim racing that has been the crowning moment and achievement of drivers across. This was the circuit, Craig, back in the Blunt Pun Endurance Series that really announced Mitchell de Jong as possibly, at the time when we were talking Hutu Kronke era, as maybe the 3rd best sim racer in the world at the moment, when he put down a run of 7 consecutive laps within half a tenth of a second.
It's just crazy when you look back at the history, and we go back to the history. This is the oldest track to have a team event on iRacing. Started, I believe Paul was saying, 2014. 2016 was the first time that we had an all GT3 run out here on this race, and this is why, in my opinion, everyone looks at Daytona, they look at Sebring. When you think about crown jewels in terms of special events, this is the one that you have to circle. It's a little bit underrated nowadays, but this is the big one. If you can win at Spa, you can win at anywhere, I feel.
Yeah, it challenges you, and this is what we say so often, Craig. Spa is the great all-around circuit as we go with a driver's eyes perspective with BMW M Verstappen sim racing and go, right, let's take a look around this track. This track, any car track combination that involves Spa is always lightning fast, lightning good in terms of what it offers for racing. This might be one of the greatest racing tracks in all the world. It offers so much.
When I was trying to learn to be faster in sim racing, Dominic Hoffman, I paid for some coaching with Dominic. Is it Dominic Hoffman? It was someone from Pure. I remember that. And he said to me, well, where do you want to race? I said, I don't know what track to race at. I just want to be faster. Right, let's take you at Spa. Let's get your BMW GTE. Let's take you at Spa. And if you can race at Spa, if you can be fast at Spa, you can be fast anywhere. Just the things that this track gives you. The high speed, the corners where you've got the load of the car, the apexes that you have to compromise in some of the corners, the late apexing at Lafania. There is something for everybody here. And that is why, if you want to learn how to be fast in the sim, I've always stuck that to my head, and it is true. This is the track you learn to be fast at. This is the track that gives everybody something. And this is the track where drivers come back and race time and time again. It is why when people put their votes up, the track votes, to say what race do you want, what track do you want in the calendar for next season, you always get Spa. And I know that upsets people, but look at it. I wouldn't want it any other way. Give me Spa every season.
And Craig, let's talk about the importance of the car, this BMW that has been so synonymous with victory here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps over the last 4 years. Well, yeah, last 4 years it's going to be if the result does go the way of this number 3 team, because this was a car that, of all things, debuted itself within sim racing. That Fanatec steering wheel that is there in the sim, that was debuted and then worked with Fanatec, and then Fanatec sell that steering wheel right now. It is a very, very novel concept, this car. It was made for the simulator. It was built in the simulator. And now you look at it, it can't stop winning in the simulator.
I've held that wheel, by the way, in my hand. It's a joy. Shout out to Simon Maltby from Sim Racing Machines. Congratulations on your retirement, sir. Great work in the sim racing community and what you've done with that company. And this car, technically, I think there's one car in the field that is older in terms of being on the sim. That's the Audi. But apart from that, this is the old girl now. She's still strong. Even with an Evo package update, she is still great. We, the sim racers, helped develop this car a little bit. It came onto iRacing and iRacing alone. BMW said, we've got a car, we've got an idea, we want to put it on the sim. And not only was it just there for us to help them, it was for their drivers. You look at the junior program that BMW had. This is the car that has stood the test of time. And I know at some point, me and my guys at Color Shock Racing, we can't drive this BMW anymore. Number one, it's so good, but number two, we're a little bit bored of it because we've been driving it for so long. This has just been a dominant force in iRacing, and there's a reason why it has won best car in sim racing for so many years now, Jake. I lost count. When somebody says what GT3 to drive, I would always say drive a BMW.
Wow. Is this the reason why so often you see it? Luke McEwen, there's only 4 of them in this field, but they're almost a quarter of a minute now clear of Sam Kiter, and they have just turned on the afterburners in the final 2 hours of this race. They were not going to take this one down to chance. They are absolutely flying, and as they cross the line with 9:03 remaining on the clock, doing 2:16 lap times here, Craig, there are 5 laps to go here at Spa.
5 laps to just hit your marks, keep it safe, keep it clean, and don't change anything you're doing. No one ever tells the driver to slow down because you got the victory. They just say, just keep driving. You don't want to know the gaps. You just want to keep driving. That's why nowadays, most of these top drivers, they don't even have their relatives on the screen. It's on another screen. So they're completely focused, and that's what you need to do right now. It's been a fantastic drive. The 2 drivers that are actually there, that have been there for the last 2 wins, they're not in the car at the moment. In fact, they weren't even in the car earlier on. You've got to give a shout out to Luke. You've got to give a shout out to Sebastian Joe. They've helped bring this car back to the line. All the plaudits will be Diogo and Florian, 3 wins in a row. All the plaudits will be Verstappen, 3 wins in a row, 4 wins in a row for this BMW. But these 2 drivers that have brought this car home in the last 3 hours, you've got to tip your hat off there. That's the reason they've been put in the top team for Verstappen. That's why they're in the number 3 car.
Yeah, so they have been doing an absolutely incredible bit of work out there as they have been setting down again and again and again. Right, this is what I am all about. They crossed the line at 23 hours, 50 minutes and 54 seconds here because we're on the endurance layout of this circuit rather than the combined. So keep that in mind as they go around. So the start-finish line is actually after the last source hairpin as they go, and they crossed with 9:05 remaining on the clock. 9:05, and so we'll see where that is as they push over the line. Luke McEwen then making his progress up through, and I will be very curious to see where the timing line will update as McEwen runs through the right, the left at the final chicane out there, looks to cross over the Grand Prix stripe here on the right-hand side, which does update the lap count, so we are finishing on the Grand Prix stripe.
And we will finish on that, and I believe now lap 617 is where they begin, and there will be just a couple more laps to go. And it is very fun just to see how these drivers just go by right now. It's a long run down in this track and just gives you a bit of time to start thinking. It's like having a final lap at a longer track, like a I wouldn't say like a Nürburgring, because you don't think when you see the white flag, because you've got 8 minutes still to go. You've got 2 minutes to go, and these drivers will just be happy to get to the end. But I think they really have just zoned out. This is why they call it the longest 2 hours left in an endurance race, because you've done 22 hours, you've done your 23 hours, you've done your 23 hours and 54 minutes. You just got those final few laps to go. And unfortunately, they will have to do an extra lap because 5 minutes to go, 3 laps to go is the permutation. They will just be a little bit waiting there.
Craig, let's talk about those 4 threats behind them, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. The teams that didn't quite get there but have a great opportunity in the future. Blue Mercure in 3rd, Grid and Go in 4th, Nova Legio in 5th, and Falken Sim Racing Team in 6th place. It goes to show you this is still a very alive category. It's not going to be a case that it was all dominance out there, because they're all still on the lead lap, and that means that all they've lost per lap over the course of this race is about a 10th.
Last year, I think it was 2 or 3 cars on the lead lap. This year, we're going to get 7 cars on the lead lap, which is a big improvement in terms of where we've come with the competition. And you look at this, Falken Sim Racing finally got a team that you could say, we are here to compete. Grid and Go, did the strategy call work against them? We will never know, but they're just holding on there. Blue Mercure, what a debut year it's been as well, and they've not needed to say they're here to fight, but in terms of GT3 cars, they are now saying that, hang on, we're not just a prototype team anymore. We can really put it. And Nova Legio in P5. Wow, what a start this has been for them. They really have just said, we are still racing. These drivers don't have a team. We're going to make a team. They've made a team. And look at where they are. This is your future. You said it earlier, Jake. This is the changing of the guard in terms of sim racing. We're in a brand new era of sim racing, it feels like. No longer is it just Coanda versus Verstappen. No longer is it just BMW Bank or BS Competition versus all these cars. You don't have your Apex Racing anymore. You don't have your Drago. You don't have these big names. We've got big names coming. Grid and Go's been there now for a couple of years. They're here. Blue Mercure have announced themselves this year, and Nova Legio definitely are there to stay.
It's not the era of Pure and Core and Hoising Velcor. It's not the era of Radicals Online or Evolution Racing Team or Altus Esports. It's not that era where we talk about the Apex Racing Team. It is not that era. It is now a brand new era, a new dawn, new teams, but similar drivers out there, like Johan Hart, for example, like Kevin Ellis Jr. They've seen a lot of sim racing in their times, and they were names when I first started, being really good, really quick, getting up to the top level, and have so many great results out there that they have put together. But there's still drivers who want to go and show what they've got, show that potential, Craig, and this is what we're seeing. This might be a case of the format is the same, but there are still chances for a lot of new drivers to climb up that next level, hit that rung, and say they're the best.
And look at them. You see on the bottom of the screen, we've had always going through the list of the runners and riders today. Just because we're talking about the top 6 doesn't mean that you've got to factor out that these drivers, the 77, still drivers here that can still put their mark here. A lot of these drivers may not be fighting at the front. They may be a lap or 2 laps down. But I'll tell you what, Jake, they are still drivers that are able to say, hey, we have competed in this top split. We're in the money split. As the white flag comes down, Jake, it is going to be a fantastic final 2 minutes and 16 seconds. And this is where you now say, just enjoy it. You're given the white flag, Jake. And I tell you what, it's 2 minutes that you are going to enjoy if you're in these cars.
BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing, the number 3 car, is out there and showing an absolutely ace time of what it means to go out there and be all-conquering and all-dominant. This is the team. This is the team that every sim racing team in the world aspires to be. They've not just been dominant for 1 year, for 2 years, for 3 years. They've been dominant since the start of the millennium. They were dominant before iRacing ever existed, when Gregor Hutu was proving that he was on top of the world for a long time. The 5 world championships that he had, the switch over to go and try and conquer everything they could get their hands on. And now, in this generation, under Max Verstappen, they are doing exactly that. And they are proving they are top dollar. For the 4 drivers who sit themselves in at that number 3 team, Diogo Pinto, Florian Labigra, Sebastian Jobe, and Luke McEwen. This is their magnum opus once again. Every time they set themselves up, they expect to win. That's why they are a tier 1 team. They expect to win every race they get their hands on. They beat their teammates over in the sister car, the number 4 Ferrari, and say, we just ran away from you in the final couple of hours because you couldn't hang with what we've got. They've put 42 seconds on the rest of the field out there as they have set themselves up. And now heading through Blanchemont at a circuit 10 years ago that Max Verstappen was working with Atsay Kirchhoff to practice in a Toro Rosso. There is one chicane left for what is one of the greatest feats in sim racing history. BMW and Verstappen Sim Racing have a three-peat, and Verstappen Sim Racing, when they see the number 4 come to the line, have 3 straight 1-2 finishes. This is the stuff of sim racing folklore.
They'll come across the line. They'll take the P4. They'll take the P2, sorry. That's the number 4 getting the P2 for sure. And I'll tell you what, if there isn't a place on this track that you can hang a banner, you've got to hang a Verstappen Sim Racing banner. Not only are they now saying that, hey, we are getting victories in the real world 24 when they got that bronze. And look at Blue Mercure. They're not going to have the result they want, but they're going to come across the line in a photo finish with their team. It'll be a P3 and a P9. But what a result that is to have 2 cars in the top 10. Yes, we talk about the fact that it's a Verstappen Sim Racing who gets in 2 cars in the top 10. But you look at it, Grid and Go is only going to get 1 car. Verstappen Sim Racing has had the 2. Nova Ligio are going to have 2 cars in the top 10. And Blue Mercure just got that as well. What a drive it's been for the 002. Probably not the strategy they were looking for, but the result still is a top 5 for Nicholas Lux and the crew. The 002 will come across the line, and that Ford, will get it. And thinking about that strategy here, Jake, the top 5, each car is a different manufacturer.
What a lovely balance of performance then to end this season, or end this run of the Spa 24, I should say. Donuts aplenty are throwing out, and BMW and Verstappen Sim Racing team lighting it up with Luke McEwen. Here comes Nova Ligio then to take the top 5. What a great result for this team in their first season out there in sim racing. A top 5, they will take 2 in the top 10. Falken Sim Racing team will be very happy as well with the result that they have managed to actually go and push with. But my goodness, what a day at the office we have been able to have. And yeah, they are just gonna burn down as much as they can. Luke McEwen in a time of 24 hours, 0 minutes, 0.820 seconds. There, you can't get much closer to 24 hours worth of running. Wins by 15.6 over Sam Kiter in the Verstappen Sim Racing number 4. With Ate Kalpanen in 3rd and Nicholas Lux in 4th for Blue Mercure and Grid and Go. 5 manufacturers in 5. BMW, Ferrari, Aston Martin, Ford, Audi. 5th with Johan Harf and Nova Ligio Racing, with Falken Sim Racing Team Blue in 6th. Nova Ligio Racing with the number 5, and Nicholas Rubelar is 7th. WSR Esports, the first to lap down with Lucas Prada there in 8th places. It will be Blue Mercure in 9th with Thibaut Prevost. And what a result this will be for the Argentines out there. For Santiago Bajtaraka and SDR Sim Racing, a top 10 here at this race, the 24 Hours of Spa. I think that goes underrated. That is a wonderful result from them, having started in 12th. Fisty Forward Pink in 11th. As we look down the list, Isaac Phelps for Grid and Go, Falken Sim Racing Teal and gridandgo.com's 001 there in 14th. Burosud back to the drawing board for them with a 15th place finish. Simar Seaman, Easy Racing Green, Team PGZ there with TC, Thibaut Courtois Esports, and then BMW M Team Burosud plus competition. Owen Carroll there in 20th. A few teams down here like Capivara, for example, 23rd. You've got Caesar Esports, the Hungarian team, last of those 2 laps down in 21st. Drivers and teams like Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim, 07 Racing down here. Mono competition. They'll continue to get better out there. TSSimshop.de, them working as a duo, the 2 teams together on this competition with Solpec Precision Racing and Impulse Racing by TAM Liveries. Sean Campbell, by the way, with the fastest lap of the race at 2:15.1 on lap 332 in the night. XPD there at 4 down with the likes there of Map Performance that we saw. Auto Moves, tough day at the office, but they will be up there and they will challenge. They are a top 10, top 5 team when they put it all together. Fiercely Forward Yellow, Zenith Esports, Bursa plus Hybrid, SDR Sim Racing, 5 down, and 7 for Core Racing by GV Controls, who got caught up late. And now you're starting to find Retirement Central here, because after Vesta and Owned Esports, 100 down for SDR Sim Racing 577. LMR Altitude Frame will feel unlucky here. Auto Moves had one RDV Competition Unite. You got Grid and Go here with a 004. RC Car Shop in the wall late. Vesta Sport as well in 50th. And 9 more on the list here from the 59 teams that started, which includes Team Benic, Maniti Racing Yellow, Pole Promotion Esports. You got the likes of Autism Awareness by Squadra Corsa. Marla having a tough day, as well as Impulse by Volta Art, and WSR Esports, the number 16 machine then, ultimately for them, the black team, finding that they are out of the running then first and foremost. Craig, legacy. We talk legacy so much when it comes to sim racing and how critically important it is to savor the moment as and when it happens. This here by Verstappen Sim Racing, back to back 1-2 finishes at the 24 Hours of Spa, might be one of the greatest sim racing achievements of all time.
You and I have seen it, especially here on iRacing. We've seen drivers three-peat things like the Indy 500. We've seen drivers double back Daytona 500. That's a single driver achievement. That's a big deal. A 24-hour race around the biggest GT3 race in the world, that's something different. We always say savor a victory. I'm still savoring my 12-hour victory. Savor a 24-hour victory, that's the big achievement. 3 in a row, you'll never see that again, Jake. I don't think we'll see it again. If they do 4 next year, I'll eat my hat.
Well, get your hat ready by the sounds of things. Officially 620 laps driven in this race to go and get that result. Absolutely incredible work being done to put that all together. And the best bit is, they are going to be looking around and going, well, what's next in terms of challenge? They have a bit of a lull here over the summer of July into August, but September on the calendar looks very busy.
It is absolutely. You've got Suzuka, you've got the Brit car, and then you've got Petit Le Mans. So a 3-week stretch that is going to be very busy. And there's also, just because of this on the road side, doesn't mean there's other things. You've still got the Brickyard 400 coming up on the oval side. 6 hours on Road America for a small endurance event. I say small, 6 hours is there. Then you come to the Knoxville Nationals as well. That will be great for the dirt side. Portimao 1000 for the historic drivers. That will be one I will be putting my eyes out. Crandom is always one you look for. And then we come to September. We thought that May was busy, Jake. September is just as busy. 7500, Suzuka 1000, Britcar 24, and then Petit Le Mans. And what a run that will be to the end of the year from there onwards. It is still stacked. But now I think the drivers, they have earned their rest.
I think they have, and we'll see you over July 22nd to 27th then in terms of running for the NASCAR iRacing Series and heading to the Brickyard for the 400 that is there. You're going to want to catch us then for action on iRacing as part of RaceSpotTV's production as we go through with that to 16th Street and Georgetown Road, the most famous oval in all of motorsport. You're going to really want to jump in and catch some amazing action there. There's been some incredible running over the course of today, and of course it's been a huge team effort that has been to put it together, from Paul Smith, from Jonathan Burke, Howie Burrows, David Haynes, Alex Goldschmidt, who has been in for running action, and of course Craig King alongside me with Hugo Luis and Ramiro Augustin Cisneros producing. My name is Jake Sperry. Legacy, all the best, 59 of the best coming out and saying, I want to be the one that stands at the top at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Dominance is something that is often talked about around these places. If you go out to Stavelot, the town of Stavelot out there, there's a little statue on the hill that's dedicated to Eddie Merckx, arguably the greatest cyclist of all time. He was one of the most dominant cyclists of all time. Verstappen Sim Racing. Possibly the most dominant sim racing team